usual thing. Because YouTube cuts off in the beginning. Yeah. So I had a really rough day today, and I'm gonna tell you about what happened. So I got a call today in the morning from my dad in Hawaii, and he told me that my uncle, who's in Hawaii, yeah, I hope I don't, yeah, I've been having a really rough day. That's why I'm not in the star. So what he told me was is that my uncle who came from the coast to Hawaii to look after because of the situation. um, he decided to stay with my grandma. Any sense right now? Okay, long story short is he told me my uncle who uh, came to Hawaii from the East Coast was diagnosed with cancer, and this was really heartbreaking to me. And the reason being is that this uncle is incredibly selfless. He person that he always thinks of family a lot, and he lives on the East Coast. He works for some sort of like he does like computer stuff, right? So after the stuff happened, people were telecommuting. He went to Hawaii to be with my grandma, who's about 90 years old, and to look after her. And it's like immediately after the lockdown happened, he came to Hawaii, and I thought that was such a great thing to do, because my grandma lives alone, and she also has, I believe, dementia or something like that. She has like memory problems. um, and I remember thinking to myself, I found out a couple months ago, her like depth perception isn't so good, so they were walking downstairs. They live in an apartment building, and downstairs there's of course like benches, right, where people can sit. Now my grandma sat down, and she thought she was on the bench, but she wasn't. So when she sat down, her around backwards, and she had a cut on her face, but she had to go to the hospital, but thankfully she was okay. And I remember thinking to myself, thank goodness my uncle was there, because if she had fallen down by herself, or at home, that could have been really terrible. You hear about seniors falling down and then they can't get up, and sometimes they're not found for. So I remember thinking to myself, yeah, the stuff, whatever happened, the stuff that's happened with the economy is total crap, but at least my grandma has my uncle. And my uncle is that kind of person. Every Thanksgiving, he's always comes to Hawaii to be with family, and he uses all his vacation time just to be with family. He doesn't go out, traveling to Europe or anything. He just spends it with his mom and spends it with us, and it's been going on like for forever. And that's why it's like, you guys know, last Thanksgiving I wanted to be with my family. But because my grandma is like 92 years old, 91, 92 years old, she might be older than that, a little older than that, but that's around the range. I risk me catching something, me not knowing about it. She gets this stuff, and then she passes away because of complications. Like, I that weight on me. Like, maybe I caught something on the plane. Of course, it would not. There's no way to confirm it, right? But I didn't want to be transmit anything. So I've always thought to myself, okay, it's really great that my uncle is there. Now I found out again that he he was diagnosed with cancer, and it's really bad um, because so or something. He's like, are you okay? And he said, yeah, I've been feeling kind of wobbly, so I want to go to the doctor. So he goes to his regular PCP, his primary health physician, and then the doctor says, no, 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 you gotta go straight to the ER. So he goes to the ER. I guess he gets some sort of MRI or some sort of scanning, and then he finds out that he doesn't just have cancer, but it's in all over his chest, and it's in his brain. And I remember thinking to myself, like, oh crap, this is really bad, that means it metastasizes, right? So it's not just like an easy treatment. And the people that I know who have cancer, usually they catch it like when it's just in one area. And let's say if they have cancer in their lungs, right? They just do the treatment over here. But the way cancer works is that it goes into one area, right? Let's say your lungs, and then it grows bigger, vessels go into it, and then the cancer cells go into your bloodstream, and then they kind of attach to different areas. So when you treat someone who has this kind of cancer thing, it spreads more and more. So because it's not only in his chest, but it's in his brain, I kind of think, this is the kind of thing where I hear about people having cancer, and it just you want to hold on to hope, but it's just so hard. So yeah, it's hard because it's like I hear about people, and then they say like, yeah, they were doing cancer treatments, and then when it spreads, that's when it gets, you kind of worry about that kind of stuff. So um hold on, sorry guys. So it the thing that surprised us all is that this is a person who works out, who eats clean, he regularly exercises, okay? Like if you look at him, he looks strong and sturdy because he always goes like he goes to YMCA. I'm not saying he doesn't take roids or anything like that, but you can tell he really cares about his fitness level, and he's always a strong person. But what I remember about him is that he has such a big heart. He is he has such a big heart, and he's always been so loving to people. So to know that he look after him, and I just worry because she's up there in age, right? Passed away, I think, about 2 years ago, and that was really hard on her. I was at the funeral, and she passed out, and from what I heard, from what I heard, it was like it's really lonely, to live by yourself, especially when all your children are grown and they're gone and stuff. So he came back to Hawaii to be with her, and I always thought like this was gonna be great because take her. Maybe he could do an extended um, telecommute commute thing, and he can be with her if anything happens. And now he's in the hospital, and my grandma doesn't know about his cancer diagnosis. And I told my dad, like, you guys probably shouldn't tell her, because I think the worst fear for any parent is that their child passes before them, right? Like losing a spouse is one thing, but losing a child is heartbreaking. And I just worry, like, yeah, if he passes away before her, that would just be really, really bad. I hope I hope he recovers. I really sincerely hope he recovers. But if he doesn't, it's just a lot to think about. It's like, but yeah, it's like it's, it just shocks me. It just shocks my whole family. This guy doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He eats healthy. He works out. He does everything right, and it happens. It's not just. Like I said. It's not just like a small cancer because it spreads. I I'm really concerned that it could be stage 4, and and I don't know how long he has to live. Now the hope is that he has many years to live, or maybe a year or 2 years. And I spoke with my dad. So I want to go to Hawaii. I want to see my uncle, right? And he told me, he said, Erica, you don't have to come to Hawaii, because even if you come to Hawaii, only one person is allowed per day at the hospital because of what's going on. You know, the situation. I'm not gonna say it on stream. I don't like saying it on stream because I'm worried about like YouTube possibly like kind of doing their thing with this. But the situation, because of that, hospitals have rules that each patient can only see one visitor a day, and that must be really taxing on the mental health because I imagine if you're in the hospital all day and you don't really have much to do, or let's say you're bedbound for whatever reason, it's really depressing to just wait for your one person, and then if your one person leaves, it's like the rest of the day you're all by yourself. So um yeah, I mentioned that to my dad. I said, can I send him an iPad or something? And I'm just saying an iPad because it's what I'm used to. I'm an Apple user, right? Yeah, he said, oh, he has that kind of stuff. I don't know if he has an iPad, but he does this kind of conferencing, so he should be okay. But with the technology, and I hear my uncles and my aunties are visiting him every single day. They're trying to make sure he's in good spirits, one at a time, because remember, only one visitor a day. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I worry because I heard with cancer treatment it can be really rough. I spent the day looking at what happens to people who do have cancer, and a lot of them are in a lot of pain. If they have radiation, then that's taxing on them. Chemotherapy, that's taxing on them. And I imagine if my uncle has to undergo that stuff, right? And his mom, who is up there in age, sees that it's and if he needs help, right, she's not going to be able to help him. And I'm sure the family will come together and help him out as much as they can, but it's sad. He's a really good person. He is a really, really good person. It's like, so like I said, he could be anywhere in the freaking world, and he chooses to be with family. All his vacation time, he chooses to be with family in Hawaii, spending time with his mom. In fact, he took his mom, my grandma, on a cruise, and just him and her. And I remember seeing the pictures that she looks so happy to be with her son. She gets to go on this cruise and have this stuff, and it's like he's like a really, really good son, like a good person, genuinely really good person inside and out. And I can't believe that happened to him. It just sucks. So um while I'm looking at this kind of stuff, it kind of depresses me. And yeah. So, right, I was looking at cancer stuff, looking at this kind of stuff going on, and then I get up, go to the bathroom because I drank a lot of water. And then I come back, Clio, my laptop, my 2012 MacBook Air, the screen is black. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, no big deal. I'll charge her. So I charge my computer, and it goes beep, beep, beep. And then I think, oh, for frick's sake, Erica, of all the freaking days this computer is having this, like I haven't had this issue for months, okay? Of all the days that this is going on, has to be today. So I think, okay, I'll just unplug the battery. So I open it up, take out the battery, replug it in. It's still. I take out another battery that we was about it, and I'm like, my computer is not working, and basically, it's probably just it's he tells me like it's possibly unfixable, like he can't do anything about it. And I told him, I said, I can't believe it's gone, because I thought I had more time with it. And once I realized what I said, I just like burst into tears, because I realized, like, yeah, I'm talking about a laptop, but I'm also thinking about like my uncle. And that's what just like screws me up, you guys. It's like a combination of things today. So it's a combination of just like things that are just like one after the other. Yeah, it just sucks. So yeah, I know, like, some people would say, like, Erica, what's the big deal about your laptop? It's just some object, but it just clicks too close to home. So Lewis tried to fix Cleo, as you guys saw in my stream. Unfortunately, it's not, she's not fixable. She's gone off to the I don't know, the MacBook in the sky kind of thing. And yeah, if you use a laptop, you'll understand. If you don't have your laptop, you feel like something's missing in your life. So it's just like, yeah, it's just like I'm just so used to using that laptop because it's been by my side for about 8.5 years, and then just compound that with I have it on my mind that I don't know what's gonna happen to my uncle. I don't know how much time he has left. I can't visit him because I have to get all this testing done. I can't really see him even if I wanted to because it's like one person only. It's just a lot to take in. So I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to do some like conference, for whatever sort of thing, and talk to him, and see how he's been doing. But it's just really bad timing for me. So yeah, um, yeah, no problem, Jim. Yeah, it's I'm sure he's resting and recovering, so I don't really want to call today, but I think I'll call tomorrow. I want up and I'm like a bundle of tears, because I'm sure he's scared and he doesn't feel good. And if I'm like this, right? Like it's like you could hear it, how I feel. You could hear my worry in there, and I don't to make him feel worse. So if I have a conversation with him, I want to not be so like cry, 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 cry. And I'm sure he's heard people cry in front of him about that. It's like one of those things. It's like even if I see this person only like 3 times a year, because like I said, he works on the East Coast, and I'm not always visiting my grandma. Um, he's usually there from Thanksgiving to like a week before Thanksgiving to early January or so, and because uh, yeah, he's usually there, but it's like whenever I throughout the years, it's like he's always, really nice, and he's always so warm and friendly. And now that I look back, I realize like, yeah, he's just, it's like terrible that this kind of stuff happens to him. It's like of all the people that I can think of, right? I'm not gonna diss other people, but what I can say is like he's a genuinely really good person. And I think in my brain, like I'm always so used to seeing him at like the Thanksgiving thing. So like this year, right? My a lot of my cousins, they're no longer in Hawaii. They're off on the East Coast. I was planning to fly in from New York to Hawaii, but the situation happened, so I couldn't. I didn't want to, and so this Thanksgiving, I was told it was basically my dad, my uncle, my grandma, and I think my auntie and her husband. That's it. So yeah, my grandma doesn't have any. I don't know. I hope she lives a long time, but everybody has a finite life, and then my uncle as well too. And it's just gonna turn down to I wouldn't 5 years. It's like Thanksgiving is my dad and me. I'm planning to be there once this stuff like lifts up, and then my auntie, and then my my auntie's husband. Yeah. So it's just like that's how life is. It's just like I hate to sound really corny. I'm not ready to let go yet. As terrible as it sounds, it's just like it's one of those things. It's like if you hear about someone like passing in like an automobile accident or heart attack, like that's really sad. I've known a few people like that. They just have a heart attack, and then at least it's quick. But when I think about cancer, when I think about illness, from my experience, from what I see in other people, it's a slow, it can be a really slow and painful thing. And it's just like, Michael is too, he doesn't deserve that kind of thing. And I don't, it just saddens me a lot knowing that undergoes these treatments. It's going to be taking a lot out of him. Um, he might, he might not feel as he it's, yeah, it just takes a lot out of him. And I don't I just worry. I worry a lot because he's probably, if I had to imagine it, he's probably worried about his mom. And his doesn't have, from what I've been told, they haven't told her about what's really going on because they don't want to stress her out. She's so old, they don't want to do that kind of stuff to her. And yeah, when you're old, you have a weaker heart, so you don't want to give bad news to the point that causes her to faint or something like that, or have some sort of issue. So, yeah, I know death is inevitable, kind of thing. Nick. Yeah, but for what I see, for what it metastasizes or something like that, it's your chances are higher, and it's all over his chest. It's in his brain, and I think he's at stage 4, and he's gonna have to undergo immediate treatment. It's gonna take a lot out of him, and that's the thing. It's like I wish I like if they told me, oh, he had, like, cancer of, like, the, I don't know, some cancer of something that doesn't really, like, what tip, I'm not Steve Jobs had some sort of cancer, and they said that was pretty treatable, like that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not too worried about it, but once I hear about the stuff going in the brain and it's all over the chest near the heart, that really worries me a lot. And yeah, it's just, it's yeah, I know it's corny for me to say, but it's just too good to, he's just too good of a person to have to deal with cancer. That's It's like he's like genuinely one of those really, really good people, and just like I said, so warm, so caring. Yeah. So, but you can't do anything really except offer prayer and yeah, pancreatic cancer. Yeah. And then, I hear about cancer, like Alex Trebek. He recently passed away from cancer. He had a brave face on, thick and thin. What a fighter. Really, what a fighter. But it's when it hits close to home that's just yeah, it just sucks. So yeah, a lot of people have passed away from cancer. Hollywood celebrities, Alex Trebek, who was Chadwick Boseman, the guy who played Black Panther. Yeah, he passed away from cancer. He kept his battle hidden. And cancer is so ugly. My grandma, my mom's mom, passed away from a brain tumor. I think around early 2000s, and I remember it too. I remember she had to undergo. She had surgery to remove. There was something near her brain, and then they removed it, and she was supposed to follow up with either chemotherapy, radiation, or a combination of it. And she chose to do this holistic living thing. I think it was like, oh my god, Livingston. I think it was called Livingston, if I remember correctly, but I might be remembering it wrong. So yeah, she went with this holistic nutritional stuff. It didn't work. The cancer came back, and then she decided to double down on the radiation and the chemo. And by then, it was too late. The cancer spread, and I remember that she had to go to a hospice, and it got to a point that I remember the day. I don't know if she remembered who I was because I never really spoke to her, and yeah, it's heartbreaking to see someone in palliative purpose, because yeah, the end is near for them, and if their mind goes, that's, you wonder if they recognize you. So what's gonna happen with my uncle. I hope he has a lot more time. I hope that this stuff can get Patrick Swayze. Yeah. I hope that this I hope that about the treatment, but the realist inside of me, the person who hears about others who say, "Oh yeah, the cancer spread," and I'm like, oh, I'm thinking to myself like, "Oh crap," and then later on I hear about these people unfortunately passing. My uncle, by the way, is in his mid 50s too. So he's and it just sucks. It just really sucks. Yeah, it so he's been telecommuting for his job for the last, what was it, 7 months or so? I think it's like 6 months. Whenever people started telecommuting, he's been telecommuting, so he has to wake up really early because Hawaii time versus East Coast time is like a 6 or 7 hour difference, and yeah, it just saddens me too because he's worked all hard all his life. He's he's been with the company for a really long time, over 10 years, from what I can recall. Like he's only talked about working at this one company for as long as I can remember, and when you work that long, and you kind of hold on that you're getting money that you make to enjoy retirement, and I think to myself like I don't know if he's going to be doing like TDI of sorts, or to do a like breaks or something where you can keep your job, but you can keep your job, but you're just not working for a period of time. Like it's that protection thing, temporary disability, something like that. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be doing that, but I just really hope that FMLA, yeah, family medical something, leave of absence, that one, yeah. I just hope he has a lot of time left on this earth because he works so hard. He's such a good person that I hope that he's able to enjoy retirement if he does decide to retire. I hope it's not like his time isn't spent getting cancer treatment. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. And I shared with you guys about this other person that I knew. Back in my old job when I was working at that health insurance place, his name was Terry. And for this person, I don't mind using his real name because, you know, um, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty distinctive name, but I have nothing bad to say about this person. So, Terry was a person who was under a lot of stress, and he was overworked. And I remember I asked him how long have you been working for this company, and he says he's been working here for like he's been working at the health insurance place for 15 years or so, but he only has like 5 more years left, and that he could retire with full benefits, and it was absolutely killing him. All the work, people would quit the thing, and then and I remember thinking to myself, man, for years, and then he can retire, right? So I had his like a number or his email saved. I can't remember exactly which one. And then I reached out to him a year after I left that company, and I said, hey, how are you doing? I made some lily koi bars. That's passion fruit, in case you guys don't know. And I wanted to drop them off to him, and then he was like, oh, that would be great. And then things, I didn't drop it off. I like there wasn't, it's just like life happens kind of thing, right? So fast forward about a year later, and then I see his partner. Her name is, oh, I shouldn't say her name, but I see his partner, and that was his partner for working, right? Counterpart. He worked side by side. So I see Terry's partner, and I say, oh, da da da, how is Terry? And she's like, oh, Erica, you didn't hear? And I was like, what are you talking about? No, I didn't hear what. She's like, oh, Terry passed away, Erica. And my heart just dropped. I thought, what do you mean he passed away? And then she told me that he had complications. If I because he had diabetes or something like that. So he ended up with some sort of stroke, or he ended up losing his vision. He was forced into early retirement, and shortly after he died. And that really, it's like when she told me that, it really had an effect on me, because I thought to myself, this is a guy who was putting all of his energy into getting through the next 5 years, so much stress, and at the end of it, he loses his vision, he's forced to retirement, and he can't even retirement. So that's why I'm a big proponent. I'm a big fan of having work life balance. I believe in unions, and I think if anybody's in a job situation, if you can leave your shitty job, for sure, because and I also believe that, and I might be blanket statementing this, but I think working for a health insurance company or any insurance company is kind of bad for the psyche. So every person that I know that worked for health insurance, they all burned out. They all complained about it. If you're working for health insurance, you got the enrollment times, and then that's when everybody, let's say for Medicare or something like that, or group insurance, everybody has like X amount of period, let's say 2 months to do their enrollments, right? Because of that, typically, like the staff doesn't dramatically increase. It's like the staff stays the same, but they want the same amount of staff doing all the work, working 7 days a week, time, and it just gets chaotic because the standards don't change. They still expect the same metrics from you. They still expect you to do it in like this same accuracy, same speed, handling things, answering phone calls. It's just terrible. It's terrible. So yeah. So I've always believed that you should have a healthy job, and that doesn't like wear you down or stress you out to the point where you don't enjoy your life for it. Because I know a lot of people, it's like the typical thing is that you work from the time you're 30 to the time you're 60, right? If you're in a shitty job, you can't, and you're in the same job for 30 something years, you're not going to enjoy like 1/3 of your life or so. So that's why I think it's so important to have a good job. So cool. I've never heard any complaints about his job at all, but it just saddens me to think that if he does choose to retire, I'm not too sure what his plans are. That I don't know how long he's gonna really be able to enjoy things. And just like Terry, it's like Terry was a great person. He was always so strong. That's what I remember. Like he could be stressed out, have a really crappy day, but he'll always ask me like, "Oh, Erica, how was your day today? Are you doing okay? You look really stressed out." And I would be like, "Terry, how come they're not hiring more people? Why do you have so much work?" And they'd be like, "Oh, Erica, throughout the years, they just pile more and more and more work." Like management, they don't give a rat's ass about employees at all. All right, it's like if they can get the work of 11 people, if they have like, let's say 10 people, right, and 2 people quit, they're gonna say, "Hey, let's see if we can get 8 people to do the job of 10 people." And yeah, who cares if they're stressed out, because yeah, they're just employees that if they don't meet the standard, then they're just not good enough. We need better employees. I had spoken to staffing agencies after I quit that job. And the staffing agency were telling me like they had a hard time fulfilling positions for that health insurance company, because they had very specific staff for employees. Yet I saw a revolving door of employees. 40% of the people in my unit left in 1 month. 1 month, and I should have left with them, but everybody was telling me, "Erica, you got to preserve your resume. You can't have a break in your resume. To have a break, that makes you look like such a shitty potential employee. Who's going to want to hire a person who quits? Nobody wants to hire a person who wants a break on their resume." So as a result of that, I had health issues, and I went through one of the darkest periods of my life. Just like full blown patches of like eczema or something like that all over my arm, terrible stomach pain. Yeah, I wasn't taking care of myself at all. It's just like I wasn't enjoying my life. I would go home after work and just go straight to sleep. walk through the door, lie on the bed, and just go to sleep. I would be that just mentally exhausted from my job. So yeah, but yeah, hold on. Lewis is calling me right now, but I'm gonna answer that in a bit, or he can send me a signal message if he wants to read it. Listen, hold on. Actually, let me see. Let me see. Um, one moment. One moment. I'll be right back. Okay, right back. Let me see, guys. Okay, so yeah, Lewis, he wasn't able to fix Cleo, but I guess he's putting everything on 2014 MacBook, and yeah, it kind of blows that Cleo's not being able to be fixed. It's okay. It's okay. You know, things happen, and just gotta move forward as tough as things are. So anyway, anyway, that's why it's like as I get older, I realize that the most important thing in life is just the people in our life. That's my thought, because I think that people, some people, they like hyper focus on money, and that's not a bad thing, because you do need money to be able to buy food, for instance, right? But I don't like it when people put money as like the number one thing, because I think if people chase money and they don't focus on the relationships they have with people, then if something happens, it's like, it's like, what does money offer in when you need like a person there, kind of thing. So yeah, and I was telling people, and it freaking sucks, because when you go on a plane, you have to go through all those little screening procedures. It's kind of hellish. You're worried about being in a little sardine can and all the possible germs floating around. It's the flight from New York to Hawaii, if I remember correctly, is like 11 hours and 30 minutes. So it's not an easy flight at all. Especially if you're in like one of those little cramped up seats. And then for me, whenever I'm on a plane, I always end up with my feet swelling. So when I think they call it like DVT or something, thrombosis. Like, you're always worried about that. Yeah, my feet always swell whenever I go on the plane. And there was when I remember when I came from New York to Hawaii, because I was there briefly. My feet were swollen for 3 days, and I was actually worried about it, because I thought, frick, you hear about sometimes some people go on a plane, they get this like blood clot that's stuck in their leg, and then it goes up to their lungs, and then they end up dying randomly. So I don't really like flying for that kind of period of time. And I know people would say, oh well, Erica, the other thing you can do is like walk around. Yeah, it's so crampy, and if you're not able to get like the aisle seat, if you're in the middle, then you can't really walk much. And it's just like, it's a miserable flight. It's pretty miserable. You're in this dry air, you get dehydrated. I get dehydrated. I bring like all these bottle of waters with me, empty bottles, right? Empty bottles through baggage checkout, or baggage going through the screeners. And then as soon as I get through that, I refill all these bottles of water, something like 3 liters of water, 4 liters of water. And then I go on the plane, and then I drink my water. And it's crazy, because at the end of the flight, I'm done with those 4 liters of water, plus whatever the water that the stewardesses, I want to say, my 4 liters of water. And I just get so dehydrated on planes. It's not even funny. Yeah, so I swell up on the planes. And yeah, it's more miserable, the whole situation, because now people got the fear about catching something from the person next to them. I don't know how they are doing with the planes, if there's like some sort of like one person, like only 3 people in the aisle, one at the either one person there, and then maybe got one person in the middle section, and then you got one person I don't know how they're doing with the planes. I don't know if it's like a sardine can, but yeah, not not looking forward to going on a plane with all these little restrictions in place. And from what I was told, I don't know if it changed, but before I go on the plane, I need to. Oh, thank you. Before I go on the plane, I need to get a test, and then after I get off the plane, I'm supposed to. No, after I get off the plane, I'm okay, but I think I have to wait a bit. And then when I want to go back to New York, I have to get another test. And then I'm supposed to wait, I think, a week or so. And I got another test. So every time if I want to go to Hawaii and come back to New York, I have to take 3 tests last time I heard. And it's like the prices of this test is not cheap. It's like if you want to get some if you want to get it done through this online spit test instead, because I don't really want to go to those clinics. And I know some people are okay with the clinics, but because I know people who are kind of older, I rather isolate myself as much as possible. The price of this test, I think, is like $150. I think it's like Vault Health or so. It's freaking expensive. It's so pricey, and it's like $150 for one test. I need 3. That's $450 plus the plane ticket to Hawaii and plus the plane ticket back to New York. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So yeah, it just sucks. I don't know how the airplane will feel like if I have the whole middle seat and I just want to like lie down like a couch. Maybe they'll be okay with it. Maybe they won't be, but and then, or the alternative is if I want to lie down so I don't have to worry about my foot swelling, I go on first class. And you guys know how much first class is. First class is like $2,000 or something, which is so freaking crazy. I'm like, $2,000 for 11 hours. It's like, oh, let me try to do $2,000 divided by 11 and then figure out how much the hourly is. I might as well just bite the bullet for 11 hours, go, use the cost saving, go and get like a facial or a massage or go to the spa, and I'll still have like lots of money left over. So I don't understand why some people do this first class stuff. It's just, and then I have to come right. So, and then also I forgot to mention this. Whenever I come back from the airport, like if I go to JFK or LaGuardia, I always get car sick. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. So I get I don't sit in the front seat. If I sit in the back, I get like a headache and then I start feeling nauseous after a while. And the car ride is about 1 hour. So whenever I come from the airport trying to go back home, I feel like total crap. And now because of what's going on, all passengers have to sit in the back seat. I almost like lost my cookies. Kind of coming back when I was coming from the airport to here, because it's just so much windiness and the car doesn't stop, and I was like, oh my gosh, oh my god, I can't like lose my cookies in the back of this car sort of thing. And you can't really tell them to stop either, right? So it's like you just pray. So yeah, and Greyhounds have that same effect on me too. I found that the hard way. The Greyhound buses. I think we took one for one of the right to repair places. We went on Greyhound. Oh my gosh, I had my ginger chews with me and everything. I was like dry heaving in the toilet because it was just brutal on me. So I do the whole go on this like long road trip or something. I'm not one of those people. It's just unless I sit in the front seat. If I sit in the back seat, I'm totally screwed. So how long until we get? I don't know. And but personally, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to be around the first round of getting vaccinated. And the reason being is I'm kind of worried about complications down the line. And some people say, Erica, that's crazy, but it's true. What if something happens and like yeah, something happens and then there's complications and it's like, oh, unforeseen sort of thing, and then you have masses of people. So yeah, it's just now it's a 2014 MacBook, so it's 2 years newer than Cleo. But I told him I want him to bring Cleo home because I can actually say like, oh, this is Cleo, Clio served me well. Clio doesn't work anymore, but this was my first MacBook. My first MacBook, and then I'll get, Clio 2, Clio 3, Clio 4, Clio 5, Clio 6. So I have a stack of MacBooks. And maybe when I'm an old lady, I'll be like, you see, this was my first computer, Clio 1 here. And then later on, I got Clio 2. And then later on, I got Clio 3. And yeah, so I just like my MacBooks a lot. It just works for me. I know people make fun of it. They say, Erica, it's like an overpriced machine. It's you could do that with a PC, but I just like my MacBook. What can I say? I like how it looks. I like the screen. I like the operating system. I like the way the keyboard feels under my fingers. I like the I like looking at the laptop and seeing that nice that nice like familiar aluminum backside. Different computer, different computer. But I was telling Lois, I said, can you just like get another board and just like put it in Clio, and that way Clio works. But I don't know. I still want Clio to work. Like I know it sounds stupid for me to say this, but I really do want Clio to work. And oh, rip GME. I don't even know what is GME right now. Last time I checked, it was $60. Yeah, it was actually Apples Anonymous. That was my first. Yeah, Clio finally bit the dust. So I was on my computer today looking up stocks, looking up cancer stuff, and then I walked away for 3 minutes because I drank a lot of water, right? So I come back from the bathroom, Cleo's screen is black. And I think like, oh, okay, no big deal. I'm just gonna charge it. So I charge Cleo, and then I hear beep, 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 and then I think, oh, for frick, really, this is the day that I'm gonna have to do a battery swap. Great. So I do the battery, I swap out the battery, I take out the battery, replug it in, doesn't work. I try the other battery that we have, doesn't work. And then you guys know what happened. Like I just kind of lost it at my computer because I was like, it's gone too soon. I wanted it to last me until I got my new Mac. The whatever the upcoming MacBook is, that one, I want to grab that one so I can do some video editing. But yeah, I just so I love my oh yeah, yeah. So Clio's not fixed. Clio can't be fixed. There's some sort of swap or something, thingy majingy. But I do appreciate Lewis trying his best on that, trying to fix Cleo. But and it sucks that Cleo kicked the bucket because I was hoping that I could say I've been using this computer for 10 years, and I think I might get a new board or something. Then yeah, maybe I can use Cleo for 10 years. But imagine all the costs invested into Cleo. Like the amount of repairs and costs put into Cleo is more than Cleo herself. Yeah, all the water damage, the backflows, the other stuff that's been done on it. It's not a, how would I say this? It adds up, and that's one of the things about having a Mac. But I love my MacBook, and yeah, I also acknowledge that when I get the newest MacBook, most likely if it breaks, there's certain like Lewis cannot fix because he might not be able to get parts about it. Yeah, so I don't know. I just want my little girl to be working. It's like it's such a nostalgia thing, and as crummy as people like, like you see my screen, it looks all like the coating is like flaking off and stuff like that. I'm like, it's nostalgia. I'm so used to waking up, going to my computer, seeing Cleo pop up, and I'm like, oh, it's Cleo. Okay, let me research there. Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah, laptops, MacBooks can definitely add up. So yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, and yeah. Hold on. Oh, Dindong is lucky. Decent shape, no water damage or anything. Yeah, Cleo just had some RAM issue, I'm guessing. It's okay. I got Cheeto crumbs. You know what? I opened Cleo today and I saw like this big tumbleweed of cat fur, and I was like, "What the beep?" And I wish I could blame it on Clinton, but it looked like I had more white cat fur in there than black cat fur. So I have a sneaking suspicion which cat is probably which cat fur might have done the thing. But yeah, my little Cleo. Yeah. But I like to joke around that in the 3 minutes that I went to the restroom, maybe Clinton Epstein my computer. So that's why Cleo doesn't work. I know, I know. I'm blaming Clinton because I know he's jumped on the counter. I've seen like BlackBerry go near my computer when I'm walking away, and she jumps on the counter. And yeah, it just sucks that today was the day that Cleo kicked the bucket. I'm happy that I have a computer though that I can use. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I usually keep it open, so it's like the fan go. Psh, yeah, Cleo's been running kind of hard, and I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a little thing. Like I want Cleo to be working, and it's just because I just like seeing Cleo work. It's terrible for me to say it, but yeah, there's nostalgia. There's almost like 10 years of my life, one third of my life is into that computer. BlackBerry. Yeah, I gave up on BlackBerry. CCVI, I think, went down a bit. It went up and then it lost money. So right now, I invest more into CCVI. Oh my god, I can't even think today. But you know the one with the Lucid, the S Pack one. Um, I'm investing more money. I'm actually with the because I have some in Robinhood and I have others. Another one in is up 50%. The downside about that though is if the merger falls through, I can possibly lose 50% of what I put in because you know all that money is just hedge riding on the Lucid deal, and if the Lucid deal goes down, then price goes down. Am I still holding on to GME? I sold the two shares I had in my TD Ameritrade account for $60 today, but I'm keeping the four shares in my Robinhood account. You wanna know why I'm keeping it in there? Whenever I want to make a stupid volatile, I'm look at GME and say that freaking thing. Yeah, that freaking thing is the tanker. So that is my little check me kind of thing. I don't think I'm ever gonna invest in a volatile thing, chasing it again, because yeah. So it's my little anchor point where I look at it and I'm like, yeah, just don't do it. Remember what you did with GME. So I lost about $500 on GME, more than $500 actually, more like $600. $600. I could have gained money. I could have gained enough money to buy a new MacBook, but I stayed in there too long, and that's what happened. And even my BlackBerry gains, I was really lucky that I got out at 16% gain. I would have made more money if I stayed in there. But the thing about that is that you got to think, is it going to drop lower? Or is it going to drop higher? Now it's higher, but I have to worry about that volatility. So as a result of that, I moved my funds into not financial advice, not stock advice, but I put more into ARKK, and then I put more into QQQ if I wanted to. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Joseph. So, you know, everybody has this whole like F moment in their portfolio. Most people do, unless you only pick winning stocks. But the upside about the whole GME thing is that for me losing $600, or maybe even me losing $1,000, out of gains, man, geez, I probably lost like $2,000 in possible gains. But what I learned from that is that I don't want to do volatility. I had a really good conversation with Lewis a few days ago, and he was saying like, do you notice that we just like time looking at the charts and we're just looking at like StockTwits and TradingView and Wall Street Bets, and then I realized like, yeah, I've been so focused on this volatile, like I forget about everything else. And that isn't good. Prior to the whole GME BlackBerry thing, I didn't really care about my stock portfolio that much. Like I talked about it, but I wasn't like checking the charts all the time. I don't want I don't want to live a life or CCVI C CCVI. I can't remember. For some reason, I can't remember it, but I think it's CCVI. I'm looking at the charts. Not as much as GME, but I look at it and it's crazy, you guys. Sometimes, like if there's a false rumor going around, the stock would just drop. So there was this one guy who said the the um the merger with Lucid isn't imminent, and this guy had something like 200,000 Twitter subscribers, and then it went, phew, and then he said, "Oh," and then when he initially wrote it, he wrote, "It's not imminent with Direct TV," and then the stock dropped 10%, and I was like, "What the frick, man? Who the hell is buying this old freaking news?" This was actually, I think, in December or so when the Direct TV, or early January when the Direct TV fell through. So seeing that kind of volatility, like those 10% swings, that's not healthy, and I don't want to participate in that kind of thing. I don't want to be that kind of bag holder. So I rather pick something that I just put money in and I can forget about it. And that's what I recommended to Lewis too, because he's kind of like paper hands, as you guys know. He worries about if a stock drops, and like even the GME thing. It was kind of like everybody was like that though. Like, don't tell me like people invested in GME and then thought, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about the stock. The stock is a grower. No, everyone was holding their breath. They didn't want to like lose out. And my dumbass saw it go up, and then I didn't sell. And then when it was going down, I still didn't sell. And then I was like, oh, maybe it's gonna go up. Oh, it still went down, and it still went down, and it still went down. That's how things are. So, oh, and then my dad called and he asked me, "Oh, Erica, how's your GME stock?" And he just laughed, and I was like, I wanted to tell my dad like, "F you," because my dad follows my YouTube channel, so he knows about my whole GME things. He knows like the stuff that I'm going through. So yeah, like GME, I knew, like everybody knew they didn't have fundamentals. We all knew. We all thought about like the Volkswagen squeeze, right? We're like, hey, where's the squeeze gonna be? Where's the squeeze gonna be? And then the restrictions kept in, and we're like, okay, maybe people are gonna pump it up. Maybe we just gotta wait, and the squeeze is gonna happen. And it didn't. And then I was like, Erica, you saw the squeeze, but you didn't jump off the ship. You're still holding the bag, and I'm still holding the bag at 53. 4 shares at 53. Yeah. So my dad is laughing at me. My ex is gonna be like, I told you so, Erica. I told you. I don't invest in GME. But like I said, I'm really thankful for it, because although I lost, let's say, 600, maybe $700, every time I look at it, I'm gonna remain really healthy and just go with like the tried and true runners. And yeah, today I was looking at my portfolio, kind of seeing what was growing, what wasn't. I was kind of shocked, because like one of the things that, and this is just me talking, this is not financial, but one of the stocks that I always thought was a safe bet to invest in was health insurance. So we're looking at Humana, we're looking at United Healthcare, Anthem, and I liked it because I thought to myself, oh, Erica, because everybody is working, and when they work, they have health insurance, right? So the more people working, the more people have, the more health insurance should go up. That was my thinking about it, and it wasn't. It was a pretty good theory up until the situation happened, and then I look at these health insurance, and I'm like, oh frick, Erica, you forgot people aren't working, so the health insurance are going down. Going down. So Anthem, for instance, I was bag holding it since 2018, and I numbers today, and I was like, how the hell do I only have 20% profit since 2018? Like, that's terrible, compared to, let's say, JD, which got me 100%. So I'm gonna sell off Anthem. I'm gonna sell off all the health insurance companies, and then I'm gonna put it into like QQQ or ARKK instead. And then that way I can just kind of forget about it. I don't want to deal with that kind of stuff. Well, here's the thing. I mean, like, I was diamond handing it for 2 years. I don't think diamond hands means you got to hold on to it for like the rest of your life. And when I think about gains, right, I don't just focus on like 1 week, 1 month. I try to look at it and say like, okay, what's been going on for like the next 3 months or so, or what's been going on for like the next year. And I just think that there's just so much downside about investing in health insurance right now, because like if the situation continues, right, and people aren't like outdoor dining, you're gonna have less people working in the restaurants, then yeah, I'm not seeing an influx of people hiring right now. So health insurance, I think, is kind of not a really good thing to invest in. But back in the day in 2018, I thought this was a really really great idea when I was looking at the charts. So yeah, but so I'm just pivoting and everything, and I think if the GME situation didn't happen, I would have like taken a good hard look at all of my holdings and said, you know what, Erica, just focus on each holding and see, try to cut off the ones that don't grow as much as you want it to, and then reinvest it into something that does grow a lot better. Yeah, I was talking to my dad about this actually, about dividend stocks. There was stock that he invested, um, and he was telling me, "Oh, Erica, well, why don't you know?" There, he told me this one stock to invest in. He invested in for a number of a long period of time, and I bought the stock at 36, held it for 2 years, and I saw it go between 31, 30, 35. So imagine, right? You're holding on to a stock. You're actually losing money, or it's kind of in that same range. Like it never hit above 38 from what I can recall. It was like 31 to 30, 34ish mostly. So if I'm holding on to the stock and all I'm getting is like the 3% dividend, like what's the freaking point? Like I can make more money investing else. So I had this conversation with my dad, and I was like, Dad, why would you invest in this kind of stock? You hold on to it for a number of years, you're just getting 3% dividend. But when you invest in something like SPY instead, or something else like another ETF, you have more gains in that. But he was telling me, he was like, "Oh, Erica, it's like I just want something that's kind of constant and I don't have to worry about it." But I don't know. I just like my portfolio. I want to have more than just the 3% thing. If I have like I cannot have another Amazon portfolio. You guys know Amazon has been kind of going sideways the last 6 months, or yeah, 6 months or so since July, and it pisses me off because I look at it and I'm like, where's the game? Like, yeah, they did a whole rush up after the situation happened. They went up like 63% this year, but from July to now, it's like pisses me off. So yeah, I want to pick good companies that grow, and then that way it's like I don't really have to worry about them. It's like those companies are just doing all the work, and as a shareholder, as an investor, I just kind of monitor it, and yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do any of this like tobacco stuff. I don't want to do any of like the anymore. I rather just go with something that's kind of like an ETF, that is a good ETF, and then just ride it that way. It's kind of stressful. Um, thinking, you know what? I'm not a big fan of Neil. I invested at Neil. I think I forgot what my buy price for Neil is, but it's always been like at my price or down 3% or up 3%. And while I invested into Neil, I'm like, where the frick, man? I see these other stocks and they're going shh. They're going shh. And Neil's like here to here, and then the other stocks are like going upwards. So Neil, I really want to cut that out of my portfolio, because I'm like, I don't want to deal with this kind of stuff anymore. I don't want to deal with thinking about one freaking holding, and then if there's any like U.S. China relationships crap again, then Neil's gonna go down, and Baba definitely will go down, and yeah. So I bought into Baba like in 2018, and then it went up to like 300, and then it went down after the whole "Where's Jack Ma" situation. I can't put myself through that anymore. I don't want to deal with that. So, US companies mostly only. I don't deal with like any, like the exception being JD, but because I still believe in it. But curious to see what happens. Yeah. So yeah. So I kind of think that like investing, if you do invest, like some people they're pretty comfortable with risk. You know, they're okay with dealing with SPACs and things like that. They want to go out for um, high growth stocks, but with that, I think there's a lot of stress. And then if your play doesn't work out and it crashes instead, then you're in the bag. And I don't like that. I also don't like pharmaceutical as well. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like real estate companies. Yeah, they took a big hit. I don't want to deal with real estate. I don't want to deal with any of that stuff. I mean, it's not just like real estate recovering. You also have to think like how are people's incomes going for, right? How are people's how do I see brick and mortar retailers be in the next 5 years? I really think the situation has conditioned people to shop online, and it saddens me when I think about Amazon. They should have their earnings, and then the stock should have increased dramatically, but it didn't. It just went up like 1%, or it went down the next day because Jeff Bezos is stepping down, and I was so mad. I was so mad when I found out he was stepping down. I was like, how could you say this stuff right when we have earnings? Because if you do this, then whatever boom there could have been on earnings, like they record sales or something like that, it's overshadowed by Jeff Bezos stepping down. I didn't like it, but I think of it this way: it's kind of like Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs stepped down, and then Tim Cook kicked in, and yeah. So, but I'm just so used to Jeff Bezos doing Amazon that it just, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's not bad, but I also don't want to. I also don't want to stress myself out unnecessarily over a volatile stock. That's what GME taught me. So again, I'm thankful for GME because it made me really think about that. Did it reach where I bought it yet? No. 27 is where I break even for that, and then I'll be happy. I'm happy when it goes up, and I'll think about selling Mara, but depending on how it goes, I'll be like, should I sell it? Should I not sell it? I gotta check. I gotta check because right now it's shooting upwards. I think right now it's like 22, $23. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm just so. I was. You know what I was hoping for, you guys? I was hoping that with Jeff Bezos, I was hoping that if he stayed on with Amazon, he would be in competition with Elon, and then he would try to grow Amazon like even more and more because this whole rivalry thing, and Elon Musk calls Jeff Bezos a copycat. So I was hoping that he would copy Elon or Tesla's thing when they stock split. So I was hoping that for every one share of Amazon, it would turn into 5 shares. But that didn't happen. I was like, oh, we're still stuck with this $3,000 freaking stock. So it's just like Amazon is so expensive. I know you can buy fractional shares, but if anybody wants to own an Amazon stock, like that is. Yeah, I wanna get out of Mara. Because like if I invest I think I should probably invest in crypto rather than Mara itself, because Mara's a mining company, right? But there could be other mining. There's other mining companies out there too. I think Riot's another one. So I don't know if Mara is gonna be, if Riot's gonna overtake Mara, or if there's gonna be a new competitor. And yeah, so I rather just stick with investing in cryptocurrency rather than throwing it into Mara. Everybody wants to own Amazon when it was pennies. I wish I could have. I wish I could have bought that pizza with like 150,000 or so Bitcoin, and then that would have been great. You know, just spend like $28 or 22, or whatever the guy spent on this pizza, and then get all that Bitcoin and hoard it, and then just put it off on the side somewhere. Like that would have been amazing. But yeah, yeah. In case you guys don't know about the whole crypto thing, so back around 2011-ish or so, I was, my ex at the time, he was talking to me about Bitcoin. He told me, "Oh, Erica, Bitcoin hit $200," and I was like, well, "What's Bitcoin?" And then he kind of just told me like, "Oh, it's this cryptocurrency that people, the price gone $100," and I was like, "Oh, cool." I was like, "Oh, why don't why? Oh, so how do you get Bitcoin?" He said, "You mine it," and I was like, "Oh, well, maybe we should mine Bitcoin together," and he told me, he said, "Oh, Erica, yeah, it's so expensive now that it's not worth getting into Bitcoin because it's $200 now." And I remember thinking like, "Oh." I was talking to him, and then he was telling me that he had like access to these like $5,000 servers, so he used to mine Bitcoin and like 24/7. But then he had all his Bitcoin in this Mount box, and then I guess then when that was robbed or hacked or something like that, he lost all his Bitcoin and he was sad about it. And yeah, I asked him if he wanted to invest in Bitcoin or I was like open to the whole Bitcoin thing, and he was like, "Nah, Erica." It's like he was crushed because all his efforts into mining that Bitcoin. I don't know how much Bitcoin he had, but I imagine a sizable amount. Yeah, so yeah, as a result of that, I never got into Bitcoin back then. But if I had looked into it, actually, I don't know. I think if I had spoken into more detail with my ex, maybe he would have like made me think about investing into cryptocurrency, possibly, or at least just for like the lulls about it. Oh, I have one Bitcoin, and if I have 25 million other of 24.99 million people with me, then we all have one Bitcoin. But now Bitcoin is so expensive. It's crazy to have one Bitcoin. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the prices. Yeah, a lot of people lost their keys. So my ex in Hawaii, one of my exes, another ex. I don't have that many exes, in case you guys are wondering, but I had him buy Bitcoin and Ethereum for me, and he bought like a really small amount, just like a couple $100 back when it was like 10K for Bitcoin. And I asked him about it. I was like, "Hey, do you still have the Bitcoin and then or the Ethereum?" And he said, "Yeah." But, he never got back to me if he has a key too. If he has the key, and I'm like, no. So I'm hoping that when I go back to Hawaii, he has his little like Ledger Nano S thingy majingy, and then I could just take my Bitcoin off of there. Yeah. I mean, like it's a small little Bitcoin. It's super small. It's like a little bit, but maybe in like 10, 20 years, maybe Bitcoins will be like super expensive, like even more expensive than now, and then my little investment will be like a lot more. So I'm not too big on the whole like how long it takes to transfer this. It's like takes forever and the energy usage, but hey, if money is over there, I'll put a little in there and then I'll see where it goes. And that's my whole investing strategy. Like I'll put a little bit in there and then maybe it'll pay off. Like that's what I did with Tesla. You guys know I only bought one share of Tesla back in 2018, and then that turned into 5 shares of Tesla. So yeah, it's not like it's just like I saw it and I was like, "Oh, I'll take one share. Let me monitor the price," and then it worked out for me. So yeah. But then I also had like a losers. I had like a few losers. I think two things that I bought went bankrupt, but that was like super amounts too, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I think like Bitcoin, I think when more companies use it, like Visa's using this Bitcoin card, then yeah, they're using that, and then when people see more bigger companies utilizing it, then they're gonna like the price it'll just go higher and higher. Just my opinion. But the thing about Bitcoin is it's so freaking energy intensive from what I've been reading. So yeah, I heard I think in Iran, they have all these Bitcoin or they have all these cryptocurrency mining factories, and then sometimes they have blackouts because it's like all these mining things just keep, they go big and they just go big, and then it just has like incredible energy capacity. So or incredible energy usage. So see, we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, if Bitcoin goes up to 50K, I really won't be surprised. If Bitcoin goes down to 25K, I won't be surprised either. It's like, but I know for a fact is not gonna like disappear forever. It might recede a little more back, but it'll always be in people's minds. Like they'll always think about Bitcoin. Like if people are worried about, let's say, holding cash and they don't want to hold silver, they don't want to hold gold, it's always like cryptocurrency, silver, gold, stocks, right? Cash. So you could stake a lot of coins for between five or solar. Yeah, solar. Okay, so we got to tell Lewis that he has to move over to Hawaii to to take advantage of the Hawaiian sunlight. Right? That's actually what I would want. I really would want Lewis to move over to Hawaii. I think it would be good for his soul. I think that and also I have family in Hawaii, and people in Hawaii, they're pretty much kind of like a cheery bunch. We got the sunlight. When we open up the windows, we see sun. We don't see smog. We got our nice little oceans. We got the trade wind. Like he's not a vegetarian, he can actually eat at other places, and we do have a lot of like really yummy Asian food, like Japanese and Korean food and Chinese food that I think he would really really like. So been trying to push him to move over to Hawaii. The only downside about Hawaii is that it's expensive. It's basically like New York pricing, but just then we're in like this little tiny freaking island, like a super tiny island. Yeah. I don't know about MacBook repair on the beach. That might be really pushing it, because of all the sand, and you might see a sea turtle. No, I'm just kidding. Nah, nah, turtle. I'm just pulling your leg, but yeah, I think it would be a good thing. The only downside about living in Hawaii is shipping. Shipping from Hawaii to New York would probably take about a week. So if Lewis can live in Hawaii if he wanted to, but if he has a repair area that's doing repairs in Hawaii, then and shipping out to the mainland, that wouldn't be good. So I think that I was telling him, I said, I think you should have a repair shop in Hawaii, and then but do your mail order things, and then keep that in, let's say, New York or somewhere in like Florida or something like that, and that way he has like another spot. We have three Apple stores. We got one in Kahala Mall, we got one in Ala Moana, and we got one in Waikiki, and we got, yeah, so we do have Apple users in Hawaii. So if he had his own repair shop over there, you got a lot of customers who would be getting their MacBook fixed. Just my thought. And I was telling him, I saw this one store. It was pretty freaking big, and they only wanted, I think, $2,000 a month for rent. And yeah, but he didn't have you have to have staff, you got to have supplies and everything. So yeah, but I mean, like the transit time from shipping something from Hawaii outward to the continental U.S. takes significantly longer. Yeah, yeah. So I really love Hawaii. Like if you guys go to Hawaii, you'll see how nice and warm it is. You get to go on the beach. You don't have to deal with no seams. Um, it's just great. But from what I've been told from people who do live in Hawaii, is that crime is going up in Hawaii, sadly. And I was like, why? Why is crime going up in Hawaii? And they say because a lot of, like, the economy's not too good. Really, tourism, so a lot of people lost their jobs. And yeah, it sucks, you know. And then I think like, yeah, it would really be nice living in a house in Hawaii, but the downside about living in a house is people can see where you live, and you're much safer in an apartment, because if you live in an apartment building, you have anonymity, right? If you live in a house and people say like, hey, that house looks expensive, let's rob that place. Yeah, that's not too good. So yeah, I was born in Hawaii, so yeah. So I love Hawaii. I'm very biased though. When I'm in Hawaii, I don't have to worry about what I wear down the street. Like I could wear a nice handbag or something like that. Like nobody bothers me. Nobody does. But now I heard something crazy. I gotta link up the story. I might be remembering something wrong, but it's like there was this big thing where, actually I don't want to say it because I'm probably remembering a lot of it. I don't know. He checked out Hawaii. He liked Hawaii, and I'm like, of course you like Hawaii. You know, we got great wind, we got clean air, we got sunshine, we got like shave ice. That's pretty good. We don't have that in New York. We got Italian ice, but I've never tried that. What else do we got? We got, yeah, the people in Hawaii are just generally like a lot happier and a lot friendlier overall. It's like, yeah, and the guys there too. Like if you're a female and you're walking down the street, like if the guys want to approach you, they're not so lascivious. That's the best way I could describe it. They're a lot more respectful. Not like in New York. It's like cat calling, and it just makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, because it's not like, oh, hey, I think you're really cute. It's like they're hungry, and it's like, oh, geez, okay, just like, tone it down kind of thing. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, that's why me, and I tell you guys, like, I have clothes that I don't feel comfortable wearing outside. But if you guys ever catch me out on the street, like if you ever see me out in New York, you're gonna see me wear the same thing, which is probably gonna be like leggings that are covering all the way down to my ankles, a t-shirt or a long sleeve, not a tank top. I don't want to show. I don't want to show too much skin, and it's because I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable wearing showy stuff, because I feel like the more that I wear that kind of thing, like you get all these kind of creepy guys. Yeah. What about moving to California? Wants to move to California. I don't think he really. Yeah, I don't think he wants to move to California. 6 hours, I believe. 6 hours difference between me and New York. Yeah, so Lewis was thinking about like maybe Pennsylvania, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a big fan of Hawaii. If you guys ever check out Hawaii, it's just nice. It's just so carefree. It's something like I feel like I'm missing. I miss of. I want to go to L&O Drive-In. I want to go to I want to go to I want to go to Zippy's. I want to go to the Bakery. I want to go to Wyola Shave Ice. And I can't do that here. It's like there is no chicken katsu over here. I can make it myself, but it's not the freaking same. There's chantilly cream puff that I can go and eat. So all these like foods that I grew up eating, I really miss it. I miss like eating a poke bowl. I miss eating like opihi, if you guys know what that is. I miss eating. Oh, I miss eating so much. I miss it. I miss seeing a spam musubi. Yeah, my like in my local Hawaiian um childhood is like showing up. Like I miss spam musubi. I miss Portuguese sausage, eggs, and rice. I miss shave ice. I miss like the cream puff, the Zippy's beef chili, even the Zippy's vegetarian chili. I miss sitting in Zippy's. I miss going to what's that place? I'm trying to think. What was that place? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's like Kyoto Ramen or something like that. I forgot what the name is. But it's a McCully shopping center. And yeah. So what is about Hawaii? Oh, so people generally wear less because it's freaking hot. So when you have like the sun beating on you, it's really hot, and then you want to wear tank tops. You want to wear you want to wear shorts. You want to wear you want to stay cool, that kind of thing. And when I'm in Hawaii, like I definitely got like a t-shirt tan. And here in New York, like I don't got any of that stuff, especially because I'm mostly staying indoors now. So I can see a big difference in my skin color. Before, when I was in Hawaii, I used to have like the t-shirt tan. So I got tan mark down here, and then I got tan mark over on my chest, and then my face was darker. And I went to visit my old coworkers, and then when I was last time I was in Hawaii, and they're like, "Oh, Erica, you look really like pale," and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's what New York do, especially if you stay indoors." So good that I'm staying away from the sun damage. Bad because I don't have that. I don't have that nice Hawaiian sunshine. I can't be at the ocean. I can smell the ocean, the sea air. I don't see driftwood anymore. I don't see. I even like I can't believe I'm saying this, but like I even miss seeing like the stupid cigarettes on the beach. Like I'm like I haven't seen a beach in such a long time. So yeah. I imagine like when I go back to Hawaii, I'm sure everybody's gonna be wearing face masks and stuff. I miss Hawaii so much. I feel so homesick. I wanna I just wanna I wish I could do Uber Eats for like Zippy's chili, but I can't, and it's okay. I have had other chili and it just doesn't compare. It just doesn't compare. Um oh yeah, you know what? Japan has really good food. If you guys ever go to Japan, like the food there tastes and clean, and the fish is so freaking fresh. So like it's weird because it's like I live in Hawaii, right? So whenever I go to a sushi place, right? Let's say like Genki Sushi, which isn't like top premium place, but it's kind of like conveyor belt sushi. That place is like it's like super subpar compared to like the places in Japan. Like in places in Japan, you can get like really cheap sushi, like $1 sushi. It's like sushi bar quality compare, Hawaii sushi bar quality. Like it's insane how different it is. Like I was blown away because I've been to sushi bars in Hawaii, right? You know the places that charge like an arm and a leg for sushi. And when I went to the conveyor place, yeah, this is so cheap. Like this is so tasty. I had like otoro and all this like super like stuff that I would never ever really not at a conveyor belt place, but I had this beautiful chirashi bowl. It was so good. Oh my god, I love ikura. I love chirashi bowls. I love salmon. I love fish, and you can imagine being in like New York, you don't really have that much fresh fish coming around. So it's like it's kind of like there's a few places, but it's just not the same. It's not the same like going and getting like a spicy tuna bowl in Hawaii. Let's see. I've been on like whale watching tours. That's kind of nice. Yeah. So yeah. I love. You know what I really love eating snow crab. I like snow crab over king crab, and then you dip it in like real butter. Oh my gosh. I remember the first time that I had snow crab. Well, one of the first times I had snow crab in a really long time. My friend invited me to his like company's Christmas party, right? And then I had some snow crab, right? And it was like the first time I had snow crab in many, many years. So I ate the snow crab, right? And I had it. I was like, this is so good. So while they were doing this, like they had the lights out and the lights so dark, and they were doing the like employee presentation. Mind you, this is a room full of about 400 people, 300, 400 people. Like I was like cracking my snow crab, and I was like munch, 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 munch. I was just so happy. I was just like eating so much snow crab. But yeah, I haven't seen snow crab in a really long time either. I don't know. It's like maybe the supermarkets near us I don't see this stuff. They have like I don't want to say they have like different stuff. It's not like yeah. So yeah, I miss snow crab. I miss that so much. I love snow crab. Oh. So yeah, I'm also a big fan of like Korean raw spicy crab. I think it's called kajang. Like that one, I crab. It comes in like this like spicy soy kind of thing. Oh my gosh, I could eat so much of that too. This is like I haven't had seafood since I've been in New York. Yeah, I've had like mostly beef and like sardines and lamb and burritos and not so much seafood. Yeah, I think that's why I kind of miss Hawaii a lot because like I was so used to seeing seafood, and then a lot of the stores like really near us. It's like the seafood section. You look at it, I'm like, oh, like that. What? That's it? Like missing out so much. I gotta look at this like bougie supermarket near us has snow crab because if they do, I'm gonna check out and see. I'll be like, man, I want to eat some snow crab. I want to like get a big pot of water and then boil the snow crab for like a couple minutes because it's already cooked, right? And then take it out and grab buy some crab crackers and just like go town in it. I just love snow crab so much. Like my love for snow crab is crazy. So yeah, I think I'm gonna look for snow crab tomorrow because I can definitely use like a pick me up kind of meal. Snow crab. Snow crab is not that bad in price. I found that like where I used to buy snow crab a lot was Sam's Club back in Hawaii, but I don't know where the nearest Sam's Club to us is. So yeah. No, it's fine, Jim. I've been streaming for like 1 hour and 30 minutes. So let's see. Yeah, it's weird because it's like I like Mexican food, don't get me wrong, but after you just eat so much Mexican food, it gets kind of tiring. Like I miss eating pho, eating Asian food. I miss eating what else do I miss eating? Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. I just really miss eating Asian food. I miss having things like oh, you know what? I got to show you guys this. Hold on. So you're gonna laugh, and I'll be like, you don't know how precious this is to me, because like in Hawaii, we have an Asian population, so it's really easy for me to find Asian food. And like if you go to Hawaii, you'll see a lot of seafood poke places. Oh my goodness, look at my eye bags. They're so puffy. Oh, anyway, um, I love Pocky so much. I went. We went to H Mart and I had to pick up Pocky and I had this. Yeah, they're still good. April and May, but yeah, it's like I'm like, oh, this is like a little. This reminds me of kind of like when I was in Hawaii. I used to see huge Pocky, this like so many flavors of Pocky, and now I basically only see this one, strawberry, and I think cookies and cream. That's it. So it sucks. It sucks. It's like I miss seeing all my Asian grocery stores and getting all this Asian food and yeah, that's why I'm kind of homesick. It's yeah. So when I go back to Hawaii, I'm gonna make sure that I like load up on Asian food and assuming the internet is good, I like to stream with you guys and be like, you see this? You see this? See this? Like you gotta try this and stuff like that. And it'll just be like me binging out on food and be like, oh, you don't understand. We don't have this in New York. I can't find a lot of this stuff for the same. Yeah, so I always tell people that who are in Hawaii, I'm like, I miss your food so much. It's real. I never understood it until I moved to New York, and then I realized like yeah, the food The food in Hawaii is just there's no comparison. I miss eating Korean yakiniku. That's another thing that I miss. Wait. Oh wait, I can't eat Korean yakiniku with Lewis right now because of the indoor dining restriction. But yeah, I would love to eat Korean yakiniku with him because he's no longer vegetarian and he does eat beef. So yeah, I would like to have the this raw meat and then you dip it in the salt and then you wrap it in like the samjang sauce, like the miso thing, and then you put it in like lettuce. So what you do is you get the meat, you get the little lettuce leaf, you put this little red miso in there, you put the meat inside, and then you roll it up and then you eat it, and it's so good. It is so good. It's so tasty. I miss that too. I used to eat Korean yakiniku like every single month when I was in Hawaii. Every single month. How can a city big as New York not have every possible? We have this thing called indoor dining restrictions now, so yeah, I can't really do as much as I can. So yeah, but I miss that. I miss eating that kind of stuff. I really, really, really want to eat some Korean yakiniku. Just like all you can eat kind of thing. Like if I see an all you can eat, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna go there because I haven't had Korean yakiniku in like over a year. So I'm definitely gonna get my money's worth, and I'm probably gonna be all puffy the next day, and yeah, things like that. So happy. I'd be like, I ate so much Korean yakiniku. It was worth it. It was worth it. Yeah. Let's see here. Andrea's mom took a cruise to Hawaii and didn't take her. You got it. You really should check out. It is just great. So I'm from Honolulu. I'm on Oahu. That's where I'm from, and that's like a touristy one. Maui's another one, but I heard all the rich people go over to Maui. I don't want to say like Oahu is poverty because it's not, but it's not like so like elite. That's from what I was told. But I checked out Maui. There's I didn't really see anything that special about it, but maybe it's just me. And then there's also like the Big Island, and the Big Island has like a lot of nature. That's where you see like the Hawaiian volcano park and thing. But I'm a city girl. I'm really happy. I really like being in the city. I like walking around to a shopping mall, and then I don't have to buy a lot of stuff. But it's like I like the display stores, and I like looking around, and I like buying my groceries and eating at a food court. That brings me a lot of little joy, and because of the situation, I haven't really been able to do that because indoor, only takeout only for certain places, or it's freaking cold, so I don't want to eat outside of a restaurant in like chilly 20-degree snowing weather sort of thing. But yeah, who knows? Uh yeah, I've never gone on a cruise. I'm kind of curious to see how it would be like if I went on a cruise. Maybe Lewis and I can go on a cruise someday. Is any outbreak on that cruise ship? Remember, like I heard the Yokohama Princess or something like that. Like someone got, they found that someone got COVID on there, and then they kept everybody on that cruise ship for like 3 weeks. Like, yeah, it's no problem, but I don't really want to stay on a cruise ship for 3 weeks. Or what if it turns into like the Titanic or something? I don't want that. I don't want that. So yeah. But if it's like a short cruise, then maybe like a week cruise or a couple day cruise, I think that would be kind of nice. Yeah. So, ooh, wow. What's a tombola? What is a tombola? I've never heard about that in my life. Can you tell me what that is? And I have my burrito blanket over here. So everybody thinks this is a bloody blanket, you guys. This is not a bloody blanket. This is actually supposed to look like a burrito. See this? So when you guys see this folded up on the stream, not bloody blanket. It's supposed to be a giant burrito. So it's supposed to be like this, and it's actually a circle. See? It's supposed to look like a giant burrito. You can't really see it on the stream, but yeah. So. Oh, bingo. I know. Yeah, I don't like to show this too much on camera in Lewis's streams because everyone's like, "Who died? Who got murdered here?" And I'm like, I always have to say, "It's a burrito blanket. It's a burrito blanket." He actually sent this to us, and I love it so much. Like I use it almost every single day. I like lie down on the couch and have this burrito, and then I'll just be so happy with it. But like, I love my burrito blanket. It's so soft. It really is. No, no, no. It's not Oreo did something. It's supposed to be, you know, when you get a burrito, you know how it has those little like char marks? Those little char marks? That's what this is. But when you have it like this, it really looks like it's a poop stain or something. I think it kind of looks like a poop stain, so yeah. But see. It's supposed to be just imagine a burrito. See? That one actually that one. This one over here looks really suspicious. See that? Super. Yeah, that one doesn't look so good on camera. So if I leave it like this, I think it looks better. Then you guys see it's a burrito, but some of the looks, yeah, gross, gross. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I feel better about today, and yeah. If any of you guys have anybody who has, you know, who's going with cancer, or if you are yourself are battling cancer, um, really, you're in my prayers. It's just, I just, you know, you guys are gonna hear about me talk about this more as I get updates from family in Hawaii. And heads up, because this is kind of an uncertain time. You know, I know they kind of spread to my uncle, but I don't know how bad it is. You know, I don't know the extent of it. I heard that it was like all over his chest, and I think all over. I think of it as like really bad. So I think of it as stage 4. But if I get a phone call from someone in Hawaii and I'm streaming, I'm just gonna let you know that I'm gonna just get off the stream immediately. And then yeah, if I tell you guys I have a phone call from Hawaii, I have to take it. Yeah. So then I might not be back on stream. So I just wanted a heads up. I know some of you guys always like watch my stream regularly. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you that. And I think I'm gonna be kind of on edge for the foreseeable future because it you know life is so fragile. Life is really fragile, and I hope that you know if you guys you know don't know anybody with cancer. I know there might be like some people who are kind of young in my stream, but if you guys know someone who is dealing with cancer and you know uh, it's good to like research and find out you know how is it for people who do have cancer, you know what is their treatment like, how do they normally I was watching on Cleo. Oh, I can't believe Cleo's gone. I was watching on Cleo earlier today that yeah, people who are in cancer and they're going through this uh, even if they're getting treatment, they can be in a lot of pain. They have to take a lot of pills. And this is something like I kind of forgot or I didn't realize because when my grandma had a brain tumor, again, you know, this was in the early 2000s. So I knew she was going through treatment, but I didn't know what she was going through. And I can only imagine, you know, all the stuff that my uncle has to go through. Especially because it seems to be kind of you know, I want to say like it seems pretty severe. So I'm sure he's gonna be feeling like crap. I won't be surprised if you know he doesn't if he loses weight or if he loses mobility. But I don't want. I just hope that he stays around for a really long time, or you know, as long as possible. I really hope that he beats the cancer. But if he doesn't, I hope that he goes quickly. And I hope he doesn't get it like long and drawn out because sometimes I hear about people and then they have like they you know it gets really drawn out and then finally they pass away and it's just and you know I'm also a supporter of death with dignity. So that is if you have an incurable thing, incurable disease, if you're gonna like lose mobility function to the point where um, it greatly impacts your life. Like some people it's ALS, but I might be remembering it wrong. Some people like their body slowly shuts down and then they die because they basically suffocate to death. Their airways like collapse. Like they lose all function. Like those kind of people, for sure. Like I really don't like if someone is diagnosed with that. My personal belief is just allow them to die with dignity. I really do believe you know what, because I think that everybody, if they're at that point, they should be able to control how they're going. I don't believe in this whole like drug until your heart stops, because I think compassion has to be involved in that too. So Hawaii doesn't have any of that I'm aware of, death with dignity, but I know Oregon has that. And with Oregon, some people, and there's also other countries too. I want to say it's Switzerland, but I might be remembering it wrong. It's somewhere in Europe somewhere. They have that, and I've watched a few of those documentaries, and I have to say it's pretty peaceful. People get to go the way they want to go around their loved ones. They're able, they still have the mental capacity, right? To acknowledge people and to say what they want to say. And then when they're finally ready to let go, they do it on their own terms. Of course, there has to be a lot of waiver sign, it has to be videotaped, and they know what they're taking. But I read about that stuff. I used to think like, why are you helping people out? And then as I got older, I realized like, yeah, that's the right thing to do. So I don't know how to check myself for cancer, but I think that it's a little alarming, because I think if my grandma had a brain tumor, my uncle has a brain tumor, I kind of wonder, is this kind of stuff genetic? Like, do I have to worry about my other relatives having cancer down the line? Uh, as far as I know, my uncle is the only one on that side of the family to have cancer, and he eats pretty damn clean from what I last remember. So he's not that kind of guy that's eating fast food all the time at all. So I don't know where this kind of stuff happened, and it's just, yeah, I don't know, but it taught me that it can happen to anybody. And a lot of people, it's like, you don't think about this stuff, right? Like if you're just walking down the street like you always do every single day, and then one day you feel a little disoriented, you don't have any reason to think of getting a checkup. Like normally, right, I can go to a doctor and I can get a physical, but the doctor's going to say, okay, let me check your temperature, let me check your eyes, let me check your ears. Okay, how do you feel? You feel good? Okay, you have like a little back pain? Oh, okay. Well, how bad is it? Oh, okay, it's not that bad. Okay, well, just take it easy, that kind of stuff. They're not going to send you out for MRIs. They're not going to have you do any like what was that glucose thing? The eye glucose thing where they're able to see where the cancer lights up. They don't do that. They don't do that unless they have reason to do that. And even if they do, you'd have to do that at an ER, not at um, a regular doctor. So yeah, I did hear that there. I show you guys. I'm gonna share it in my community description. It describes cancer, and it kind of gives people an idea about how cancer spreads or how cancer forms in that sense. I wish I'll link it on the description right now, but I don't have Clio, so it's not like I can do a dual thing right now. So, um, yeah, you have to do like some kind of screening, some kind of dye thing. You take some sort of glucose, and then they do some sort of scan, and it kind of lights up. I don't know what the name of it. It slips my mind, but yeah, that is a test to test for it. And what I was reading too is that they say cancer really likes sugar. They're voracious sugar eaters. So you see something like this, sugar, carbs equal. Yeah, they say that if you're on a keto diet, you are less susceptible to get cancer, allegedly. And other people say that if you have cancer, it's good to do allegedly I'm not giving you nutritional advice or anything, but some people say like fasting works or cutting out all your processed foods. And after I read about that, I was like, you know what? I do feel better on keto. So, moving forward, I'm not going to eat as many carbs. Not because I don't like carbs, but I want to try to make sure that I live for a long time and I reduce my chances of cancer. Because, like I said, my grandma died from a brain tumor. My uncle has a brain tumor. He has cancer in his chest, he has cancer in his brain, and in the event that it's genetic or partially genetic, I want to reduce my chances on that stuff. Because it comes from both sides of my family, right? My dad's side and my mom's side, and that's kind of scary. I don't know how much. I still cannot. I think it was just a freak thing, because he's not, because he works remotely, so it's not like he's around chemical fumes. He eats well, he exercises, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't. Yeah, it's like he lives a healthy lifestyle, and that kind of stuff happened to him. It just blows my mind. And I've heard that if you're fit and you take care of yourself, you'll be able to fight off cancer easier. But that is like all over his body or all over the inside, it's scary. It's scary. So even if you are really fit, I think, well, who else? Lance Armstrong had cancer too, right? I mean, that guy's doing like Tour de France sort of thing. Like, I think he had cancer. Yeah, I think he had cancer at least once. Yeah, you're supposed to get a colonoscopy when you're 50 or so. So, yeah, yeah, so I'm gonna try and do a conscious effort to reduce my sugar intake or reduce my carb intake, and small steps, small steps. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do like low carb all the time, but I'm gonna make an attempt at it, because if I see, I already have kind of concerns, and I'm an only child, right? So if anything happens to me, and I don't want anything to happen to me because my dad is alive. So yeah, I have to be mindful about that kind of stuff. I don't know. Yeah, like how could you early detect cancer? Because there's some cancers is like you don't sense anything until you pass out, or you get disoriented, or you have vision issues, or balance issues. I don't. Ah, Drew, how did your dad find out bladder cancer? I'm just curious. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear though. Yeah, like a lot of people, it's like I didn't, whenever I thought about cancer, I always thought I couldn't go to the doctor earlier. But once I heard about what happened with my uncle, it's like I completely understood. I was like, yeah, so he was working out, he was eating pretty healthy, and it's only like when he lost balance or he was feeling kind of shaky that he decided to go to the doctor. And see, like most people, they wouldn't go to the doctor unless they felt like something was off. And by the time he felt like something was off, he already had a lot of cancer. Wow, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I just, yeah, sit here. Wow. Yeah, that's the scary thing. Like, I always thought like if you have cancer, that's probably because you had these vices, or you're eating too many foods, or you have, let's say you weren't taking care of yourself, you're eating a lot of sugar, and yeah. But now that I look back at it, grandma was pretty freaking healthy. I remember like when I was growing up, I didn't see I didn't see junk food at my grandma's place, and she ate healthy. Like she ate wheat thins and stuff like that. So, and she ended up with a brain tumor. So I don't know. And then other people, they have this theory that the reason why people get brain tumors or brain cancer is because of the cell phone usage. You know, when you use like a headset or something. I've heard about that too, and um, you typically people use a headset, but I can't say, like, I don't think my grandma was on the phone that often back in, when was this, like the late 90s? We didn't have Wi-Fi around there, so who knows? Yeah, but usually you do have to. You usually have a reason. Like, I don't think I can just go to the doctor and be like, "Hey, can you test me for cancer? For what reason?" Oh, I'm just kind of curious. I'm like, yeah, maybe I could. Freaking expensive. Like, you know how much those scan things cost? It's like super expensive. It's like if people want to be proactive about their health and they want to do this kind of screening, it's up because this is like MRI sort of stuff, scan sort of stuff. This is not stuff that you can just get at your local physician's office. You have to go to the ER, or some kind of actual like med with that kind of stuff. Oh, tell them you have a family history of cancer. Okay. Yeah. So it kind of scared me. Again, so I want to show you guys this link. Oh, look at that. $5,715 for a PTs. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of money. Oh, that's a lot of money for a PTs. Oh, jeez. Um, Yeah, they say for women, if you wear a bra, it increases your risk of breast cancer. I remember there was some sort of study I heard about. Like they said, like women who after women started wearing bras, the rate of breast cancer goes up dramatically. It's because the elastic kind of cuts off the blood flow to wherever your boobs are. And yeah, I don't wear a regular bra for that reason. Most of the time it's like, unless I'm going out, I'm usually not wearing one. I don't want to end up with that kind of stuff. And yeah, I do heavily believe in getting pap smears and breast cancer, breast screenings and things like that. You know, best that we can do. Yeah. So, um, wow. Oh my goodness. His brother also had bladder cancer. Oh, jeez. So Drew, I'm curious. Like, if because you know that runs into your family, what can you do to lessen your chance of early detection? Does that mean you have to go every year and you have to get screened or bladder scanned every year? Is that how it works? Because I mean, like, I just think like, man, that kind of stuff can get kind of costly. Even with insurance, depending on your insurance, like a lot of people they don't have insurance right now because because if they lose their job, or if, let's say they're on Cobra or something, the stuff adds up. I remember when I left that insurance job, they said, oh, if you wanted to extend your insurance coverage with Cobra, it's like $400 a month, and I was like, f that. I'm not going on no freaking Cobra. Screw that. And thankfully, knock on pillow, knock on acoustic panel, nothing happened to me, and nothing seems to happen to me so far. But it's in the back of my mind. It is in the back of my mind, and I just really hope none of my other family members get cancer at all. But yeah, now I'm kind of on edge because And I kept telling my dad this. I'm like, Dad, you got to make sure you take care of yourself, Dad. I only have one dad. You cannot, don't. I mean, like, it sounds stupid for me to say, but I'm like, don't get the virus. Don't get cancer. Watch what you eat. Don't eat so much, crappy food. Because if anything happens to my dad, I will be gutted, like 1,000%. And depending on it is, I will take the first flight back to Hawaii immediately. So yeah, but and also I don't want anything to happen to me because I don't want my dad to worry about me. So it goes both ways. I love sugary stuff. I love carbs, but if I can reduce my chances on trying to stick with like a lower carb diet, um, I think I'm gonna try to do that. I'm moving forward. Oh, thank goodness it's in remission. 27. Oh, you know what breaks my heart when I hear about like little kids having cancer? I always think to myself, how the hell did a little kid have cancer? I always think like kids are supposed to have really strong immune systems because they're young, but maybe I'm wrong. It's like when I see about a kid, I'm like, you're too young to deal with this kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I've seen because I used to work in a hospital before. Like I've seen kids, and they have like ailments, and then when you see them, it's like you feel so bad for them. It's like you see them suffering, or you see them, kind of like walking around, wobbling around, or the worst thing is that I remember there was this one kid, and the kid was in a walker. Like the little, the one where the kid can like sit and then they can kind of stand up. The kid, if the kid was left alone, the kid would scream. The kid didn't, and the mom wasn't always there because I'm assuming the parents had to work, of course, right? Always be there all the time. So what the nursing staff did is that they made sure that the kid was kind of like in this like little the little walker things with the wheels, so the kid can kind of like where they usually feed kids. It's not like a high table, but it's like a walking high table for. I don't have any kids, so I don't know the exact name for it. But they had the kid over there, and then I remember it's like the kid would just kind of, the nursing staff would kind of like make faces at the kid and try to cheer up the kid, and yeah, they made the best for it. They tried their best for cheering up the kid, and then finally the kid went home, and thank goodness I don't see that kid anymore. The kid can be with the parents, or back with the family, and I hope the kid, is okay. Everything is cheaper in Mexico. Wow, health insurance is mandatory when you have income. I do know because I used to work in the health insurance thing. They said like if you don't have insurance, if you don't have like Obamacare, you have to pay like $100 a year. But yeah, if you can't afford that health insurance cost, then you just get rid of your health insurance. You're like, frick it, I'll just pay the $100, right? The penalty. Like sometimes insurance is like expensive. It's like $400 a month or more. Yeah. So, oh, and one more. If you guys are self-employed and you guys have to buy your own insurance, but you guys don't make that much money, like, or you don't think or if you want to, you can always contact the health insurance provider and ask them for a discounted rate. It doesn't hurt to ask. So for instance, right, I had a family member who who was paying for health insurance, and then I because they're independent, and I found out how much you were paying, and I was, what the hell, you're paying like $1,000 a month for health insurance, like that's ridiculous. And they said, oh, Erica, it's because I'm self-employed. And I said, yeah, but you don't even make that much money. How can you be paying $1,000 a month in health insurance? Anyway, so they talked to their health insurance provider, and then they got it down from $1,000 a month to like $300 a month, and more doable for them. But Yeah, just putting it out there. If any of you guys have really high premiums, then it doesn't hurt to ask for a lower amount. And depending on your income, you know, it might be accepted. And then another thing too is that if you go to the hospital and you can't pay your bill, always ask about financial services, because sometimes they might just write off the bill or they might provide you a deep discount. So I know some people, like I knew someone whose mom was too, like the mom was on very limited funds, but the mom was too proud to ask for financial services. So the mom had, this is really weird, okay? So the mom was on a very limited income, and she had something that her family wanted her to check out, and then she refused to go to a doctor or go to the ER. Her children had to pay her to see the doctor, and then afterwards the doctor said, "Oh no, you got to go to the ER for that." So she goes over to the ER, she gets a surgery done, and $20,000. Instead of looking into financial services or Medicaid or something like that kicking in, she decided she did herself. And because she was on very limited funds, she wasn't able to. But her thinking is that other people need the money more than she does, or other people can use her. And so she didn't want to ask, or she didn't want to capitalize on financial services. And I was like, that's such bullshit. Because if I said, like, you know what, if she's on limited funds, which she should not feel like, if she doesn't take advantage of this stuff, like she's depriving someone else. Like, let's be honest here. Like, the U.S. government is such a freaking shitter. So much stuff that it's not like if you don't if you if you can't pay something, like you're depriving someone else of benefit. It's like, no, it's like millions of dollars of healthcare expenses that get written off for financial services, sort of thing. So she didn't do that. Thankfully, her employment did some sort of fundraiser, and they were able to raise, basically, from what I heard, basically the whole amount to save her ass. But yeah, it's like, I don't understand people like that. I really don't understand people who are like, I don't want to capitalize on this stuff because some more than me. Even if it, like, let's say, right? I mean, like, it's just freaking stupid. And it's like that person's making themselves a martyr for another person. But when it comes down to it, I always think it's like because that person doesn't care about themselves. That's why they're putting themselves on a lower, they're willing to put themselves on a financial burden and not take advantage of resources because they see themselves inferior, or they want to seem superior to other people, and they're like, no, I'm not like those people. Those other people can take it. So yeah, it just pissed me off. And sometimes when I think about it, it still pisses me off. So I hope none of you have that kind of thinking. If you are low in fund, you have a hospital bill, definitely try to negotiate your hospital bill. See if you can take advantage of services out there, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever. Do not have this thinking that other people need it more than you, because if you meet income requirements, or you're able to negotiate certain stuff, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. And then hospitals, when they do the markup for a lot of things, it's like 3 times, 4 times more cost. So for instance, right, a bandage, from what I heard, is like marked up three or 4 times more than what they pay. So that's why, like, when you go to the hospital, it's like so freaking expensive. Like, yeah, you ask for this kind of thing, and they charge you up the wazoo, because it's like the costs are already kind of factored in. They already have their markup, and then the insurance, of course, trying to kick in, and then health insurance will be like, no, 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 we're not gonna pay that amount. We want you to only be able to get this amount. And yeah, so don't try to be this whole thing where you think like, oh yeah, if I take advantage of financial services, then the hospital will go under. Like, oh, those kind of resources are there for a reason. It's to help people out. and there's no shame in taking kind of advantage of that kind of stuff. Yeah. Um, yeah. I think health insurance is incredibly important. Yeah, see, you go with smart. You go negotiate cell phone car insurance, anything that you're paying on a regular basis, like especially the subscription. You should always try to negotiate that kind of stuff. So, because it doesn't hurt to ask. I'll spend an hour or 20 minutes, like just like say like fuck it, I'm just gonna do it, and then give them a call up and just say something like, I think I'm paying too much, and then you say stuff like, right now, is there any way you can work with me on this kind of stuff? And I did this with cable back in Hawaii, and I got a significant amount of discount. I was like, oh crap, that's really cheap. All I had to do was make a phone call. Mmm. Ah, language. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jeez, that is so freaking low. You gotta see, you know what else I think is really terrible? The freaking price of things like insulin here in the United States. I mean, like it's ridiculous. I hear about some people, they say that they end up paying like $800 or $700 for like their insulin, and if they didn't have insurance, no, that's without insurance. So if they don't have insulin, these diabetics can die, and some people, you hear about them dying because they lost their job, and then they're trying to stretch out their insulin, and then when they're short on insulin, and because it's a life-saving thing, yeah, they can die, or they can end up seriously in a bad place without it. So yeah, insulin being so freaking expensive, it's a crying shame. I really think that stuff should be super cheap. um, so I worry because, like, when I hear about people like my uncle, for instance, right? My uncle is he should be perfectly fine, but um, I'm sure he'll continue having insurance. But I just kind of worry because it's like, I know healthcare in the United States is so expensive. Cancer treatment is going to be really expensive. The number one reason I hear about bankruptcies or something like that is medical bills in the United States, and um, I shouldn't say this, but I just kind of worry, like, how expensive will it be? All his treatments and everything. And I'm sure, financially he should be fine, but um, I know some people, it's like they get these medical bills in, and it's just like crippling to them. Some people, they go over to the ER for a small little thing, and then if it's not covered by insurance, right, it just up the wazoo sort of thing. So yeah, I should follow up with family and ask them, like, hey, make sure that whatever medical bills he gets, like, if it doesn't, if they want to charge absorbent an amount, like, he should dispute it with the insurance carrier, the health insurance carrier, because if they're like, let's say he has to get a procedure done that's like $1,000 or so, and the health insurance cover only wants to pay, let's say, 2,000, right? Something like that. It's just gonna bleed someone out, like all this stuff, just all this cost, like the medication, the screens, the overnight stays, that all takes a toll out of one person's income. And I don't want that happening for my uncle. So yeah, I should ask him about that and say, you know what, if he's not up for it, then I will definitely, I don't mind making phone calls and spending hours on the phone. Like, what the hell, man? Why is this so freaking expensive? Is there any way that you can negotiate this? I know you guys can probably do better than this. Nah, I'm not gonna, like, you get what I'm saying? Because sometimes, from my experience, sometimes if you kind of be a ass with an insurance carrier, you get your way sometimes. And I say this coming out from the other side. So yeah. Um, Add to wish list, pick color, and I'll purchase for you to keep in touch with my uncle. What do you mean by that, King George? Add to wish list, pick color. What color am I picking out? Yeah, so I gotta find out how my yeah, I want to keep in touch with my uncle. It's sad because it's like I feel like like I said, my family, we only really get together for Thanksgiving. And it's not because we're not close, it's just because, all our lives kind of go, we're all focused on this own thing. We have nothing against each other. Like, I don't mind talking 6 hours to my family because I love my family so much. But um, I think this is really going to be the thing where everybody gonna kind of swoops in. We're all gonna help out my uncle and hope that he's okay. And I know he's gonna need help. As he goes through this battle, he's probably gonna need help with people. Getting him food. Helping him out on basic stuff, which what we perceive to be basic stuff, but face it, when someone's going through cancer, sometimes they could be, not feeling good. They might, uh, yeah, they might have an accident here or there, and yeah, I know people in Hawaii are gonna definitely do their part, but I want to definitely reach out with my uncle and then keep up with him on a regular basis and say, hey, is there anything that you would possibly want in New York, and I'll send it over. Or, it's the relationship, I think, with family is really priceless, and it's like money. You can always make more money. You can always. But like the time that we have with our family members, the people that we love, that's really, really it can't be, made up, because it's like in my life, and I've shared with you guys, like, I lost my mom when I was 19. It's like I would give anything, if I could have more time with her. So whenever I hear about people, going through this kind of stuff, like someone possibly has a terminal illness, possibly terminal illness, I hope it isn't, but it's like I just want to make sure that they know that whole family like loves and supports them. We wish so much for this one individual, and if they ever want to, reach out to family, like family's just waiting. So yeah, I really love my family, and um, I think that I think my uncle will be fine with family in Hawaii for sure, for sure. So many people love and support him, and I hope that he gets better. But uh yeah, I hope he gets better. But I'll just keep him on my prayers all the time. That's all I can do. So yeah, um if you can, like, keep my uncle in your prayers, cause, or keep anybody that has a terminal illness, possible terminal illness, or is going through things, in your prayers every night. I try to keep people in my prayers all the time, and I do this because I kind of think, like, at the end of the day, again, all we have, hold on. I think at the end of the day, it's like when we're on our deathbeds, like, we're just gonna remember the people that we have in our life. Like, that's like, I think about it. It's kind of morbid, but like, if anything was to happen to me, right, and I was like on my deathbed kind of thing, I would like to think, like, okay, I'm surrounded by family and loved ones. I'm surrounded by people that care. And I know other people as well, when they have that kind of circumstance thing, they're not thinking about all the stupid shit. They're just thinking about the people around them. And yeah, so I always will, number one, put my relationship with people over like physical stuff. And I just hope that my uncle is okay. It's just, yeah, I feel sad today, but I know this isn't going to be the time that I feel sad. I know that as this kind of thing progresses on, and I hear more about his treatments, or his, like, if he goes through chemo or radiation, and, if he loses his hair, if he has some sort of loses mobility, like, that's going to be in the back of my mind. So I hope that doesn't happen. I really hope that doesn't happen. He's just a really good guy. So yeah. So, I gotta look up all this, like, how to be supportive to people who are deal with cancer because it's like I like I know myself really well, and I don't want to make them possibly feel worse because they he hears like the worry in my voice, or he hears me all like warp and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I really hope he has more time. I hope that he recovers. I hope that it just magically disappears, but I hope the treatment's effective. But in the event that it isn't, it's just gonna be really heartbreaking. Is Cleo? Yeah, Cleo died today. um, I went to one thing about men is that they love the truth. Uh, yeah, I think that I think sometimes like people. I think one. I hope that my uncle realizes that so many people love and really want him to get better, even like people who only see him like a couple times a year. It's just like when you see a person like that that has so much character and like goodness in them, it's like when you hear about something like this happening to them, it's just soul crushing. It's like, how can this happen to such a good person? And it's like I've heard people say, bad things happen to good people. uh, and yeah, it's just like it just hits me straight because like if I like the way I think about this uncle is just he he's just such a good person overall. He's just really a stellar he's always there for family. I remember, and I might be messing up my time here and there, but I remember, if I remember correctly, like after my mom passed away, he took a flight from East Coast all the way to Hawaii to be there with family, and he didn't have to do that. He could have been like, oh yeah, I'm busy off of the East Coast, but no, he went instantly onto a flight, and I think it tells a lot about a person. It's like it's to just say like, yeah, I'm gonna put this on hold because family is number one. So I've always like caught that about him. Like I've always admired that so much about him. It's like he's always just I think of him kind of like how would I say it? I think of him like it's just like when you see someone who cares that much about family, who loves to be around family, who's just like very warm and nurturing towards the family, it's for this kind of stuff to happen to him. It's just gut wrenching. It's really gut wrenching. Sonny, my uncle got diagnosed with cancer, and it's not looking good because he has cancer all over his chest and in his brain. And I just found out about it this morning. And then also, of course, my laptop Cleo kicked the bucket today, and the computer though, is nothing compared to my human life. You can always just put in a new board or whatever into the computer, and it's perfectly fine. But I worry about my uncle because I know that for people who deal with cancer, it can be a very long, painful, excruciating journey with all the treatments, and because it's spread all over, I worry about how long he has to live. I worry about the age of my grandma. My grandma doesn't know what happened to my uncle. She knows he went to the hospital because he's feeling sick, but she doesn't know he has cancer. And inevitably she's gonna find out what happened to him. And if any worst case scenario, if he passes away, I truly hope he doesn't pass away before my grandma. 100%, because my grandma is just like, imagine like your husband dies, and then you live alone, right? You get your sons and daughters visiting occasionally for short periods of time, and then this lockdown happens, and then one of your son from the East Coast decides to move in with you, and then he stays with you for about 7 months, and you think he's going to be there for a while because you're like 91, 92 years old. And then you find out your son, who selfishly moved from the East Coast to be with you, has cancer. So he's in the hospital. And you don't know if he's going to get better because it's all over his chest and in his brain. And you're 91, 92 years old. That's a lot of heartache for a person of that age. That's not for anyone. And like I've said earlier, like, parents do not want their children to die before them. And I think, Brown has gone through so much pain. She lost her husband a couple years ago. They were married for, I don't know, 40, 50 years or so, I imagine. And then her son in his 50s passes away, and he's the one that she always sees every morning. He takes her around, he talks to her, kind of thing. It's like he's like a little angel. So I think of that's the thing. It's like when I found out my uncle was gonna move, when my uncle moved back to Hawaii to be with my grandma, it's like I was like, oh my goodness, that's such a wonderful thing. And it's just heavy stuff. It's just heavy stuff. Yeah, he says he's gonna seek all the treatments that are available, what the doctor recommends, and I truly, truly, truly hope and pray that he has more years to live. I truly hope that he beats this kind of stuff. And it's a cancer in the brain, and it's cancer in his chest. I don't know what kind of cancer it is. But I did hear about cancer that sometimes if you get a treatment and the cancer survive, sometimes it's like it becomes immune to certain treatments. And that's a scary thing about treatment. Cancer, like, sometimes you can hit it multiple or chemo and it's still there. Like, you wipe out everything, but all it takes is like one little cancer cell to stay in there, and then it just multiplies. And yeah. And like I said, my uncle is too good of a person and too nice of a person. It's like for him to get cancer is just terrible. So yeah, but I hope he's around for a really long time. And yeah, I hope he's around for a really long time. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. So I don't finish streaming tomorrow, because I mean, like, my eyes are really puffy. You guys can already tell it, and my mood's kind of down. But you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't know if he has access to my channel. I know my dad has access to my YouTube channel, so I wouldn't be surprised if he told my uncle about it. But I'm not. It's not like I don't know if he's gonna watch this. But if he does watch it, he'll be like, "Why is Erica talking about me?" But nobody knows who he is. And I think that by being open about this kind of stuff, if any of you guys know people with cancer, it's like just know that, or if you hear about someone who recently got diagnosed with cancer, just know, try to be as supportive as you can, and then look up as everything you can about cancer, and what the treatments are, what people can expect, what happens if things don't go the way you expect it to go. And yeah, it's like, cancer is just like, I know a few people who have had cancer, and it wasn't good. I'm gonna be honest. I heard about this one person. This was a coworker who shared this with me. They said that there was this person who was healthy, very fit, ended up with cancer, and then she ended up with bone cancer. So she ended up with bone cancer, and then in an attempt to be healthy, you're having like the vegan diet, trying to eat super clean, but unfortunately, even with that huge dietary change and treatment, she succumbed to it. So it's just like, do everything as you can. I heard that if you eat sugar, if you eat too many carbs, then you're feeding any cancer cells inside of your body. But the only way you can starve off cancer is like not feed it any sugar, but that's really hard. That means like zero carbs, zero refined sugar, zero processed food, zero pocky kind of thing. And it makes me kind of on edge because I don't want more people in my life having cancer. I don't want my dad having cancer. I don't want my neighbors having cancer, and I don't want my friend, my family, Lewis, that kind of stuff having cancer. And to know that it hit my uncle at this extent, who's very fit, who takes care of a lot, it's scary. It is scary, and I hope that you guys take care of yourself more. And you guys might want to double check this, but I heard if you lower your carbs and you lower your sugar, it should reduce your cancer risk. So um, I want to make those kind of dietary changes for myself too, because I realize that in the event that you know in the event that cancer is increased by sugars, and I really should watch out my sugar, because yeah, I don't want to end up with that kind of stuff. And my uncle on my dad's side has cancer. My grandma on my mom's side passed away from brain cancer. And I don't know. I just gotta be mindful about that. And yeah, so it just, yeah, when I look at this kind of stuff back into my look back into cancer, it's like when I was younger, I didn't really think that much of cancer, but as I got older, it's like I realized like this is really terrible freaking thing. And um, when you're younger, it's like you kind of, it doesn't really hit you about mortality, right? And then as you get older, you start seeing people pass away. and that's why whenever I hear about people having terminal illnesses, I'm like, oh frick, it's a race. It's a race to make sure that they recover. Everybody hopes that they recover soon, or uh, you want to spend, you want to convey to them like how much you care, or like that kind of stuff. So yeah, but important thing to do, and I'll try to do. I try to tell people in my life, friends, family, neighbors, I'm always like, you know what? If you ever want to reach out to me, like, give me a call. Like, reach out to me. I don't want there to be like any apprehension of reaching out to me. If like people, if people, want to talk, or if there's like some sort of like issue kind of thing, because I want to hear about it for sure. At the end of the day, we're all gonna pass away. You know, it's just a matter of time. We don't know when we're gonna go, but I think what's important is to convey to one another, and just be like, hey, you know what? I care about you. I love you. That kind of thing. I want the best for you. If you're not in a good place, you get better soon. And there's just so much support all around. And I've touched about this, and this is like a side related thing, but that's why I think depression is so scary, because when people are gone through periods of depression, like really bad depression, you just feel so alone, and you can have all these people around you, but if you don't feel like a connection or something like that, it's very, it's like a terrible, terrible, terrible feeling. And yeah, so I recognize like some people that I know are dealing with depression right now, and I reach out to them, and then I just always try to make it like known in their head, like if they're feeling like really shitty, like I don't want them to ever have it in their brain like nobody cares them, or they're going through this stuff alone. Like they can always reach out to me. Um, yeah, I heard about this weed killer stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about the keto diet. I haven't really heard too I because casual on sugar, right? So if you cut down the carbs, you cut down on the sugar, it should um, make you better. But standard American diet, we eat so much things. We eat like French fries, we eat rolls, we eat pancakes, we have bread galore. Just just so much carbs. Kind of really sets us up for having health issues. Oh, monocropping. I hate monocropping. I really do. So monocropping is when you have like a whole field and only grow one thing. So you only grow like blueberries. And I really do believe in regenerative farming. And I remember like Lewis and I, we were watching that. We were watching this documentary called like the Big Small Farm or something like that. You might want to. I'm remembering it wrong. Like the Biggest Little Farm. I think that was the name of it. And I was, he was watching it and he saw how animals and the agriculture was interconnected. So, for instance, right? You animal, the animal poops in the ground, it fertilizes the soil, and then crops grow. And then if you have snails, you might have the ducks eat the snails, and then of course they poop on the ground, and then it just has this nice little flow to it. So I really really would recommend watching that documentary, and I really believe that animals are needed to have a sustainable and any farm that wants to have like good soil, good healthy soil. I believe strongly in compost. I believe strongly in using animal fertilizer, and I don't see any downside about it. I really don't. I know some people would probably think like, oh, well, the animals have to be killed, and yeah, inevitably, like they do cull the chickens or they do cull the animals, but then the animals have babies, and then it just continues going onwards. Everything is a cycle. There's a cycle of life. I believe strongly in I believe strongly in I believe strongly in regenerative agriculture. And I support it. I also support, grass-fed meats, grass-fed cow, grass-fed lamb. You can't do a grass-fed chicken, but I support, pasture-raised chickens. The chicken can go outside on the field, poop, and then just live a chickeny lifestyle until they get harvested for food. And I really believe in having a good quality of life of animals. Yeah, like you can buy really cheap meat, like feedlot meat, but it's not good for the animals. And I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite because like when I go to the nearest supermarket, most of the time the only thing I see is feedlot beef, and it's not like the grass fed stuff. But if I was in Hawaii, then I could just walk down to one supermarket, buy the grass fed stuff, and then go over home. But here in New York, where we live, it's such a specialty item getting grass fed meat that I would have to take a subway. There's no store within walking distance over here where I can get grass fed meat. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's crazy how hard it is to get grass fed meat where we live. So yeah, but when I can, I always make sure like if I have access to it, I'll buy the grass fed stuff. That's why another reason why I'm a big fan of lamb. If I buy lamb outside, it's a good chance it's a pasture grass fed lamb. But beef, traditionally like the USDA prime stuff, that's all grain finished and feedlot, and I don't like supporting that. But if I need to buy beef and that's all I have, then I'm gonna buy it. But the eggs, we always try to buy free range pasture stuff. I did watch Idiocracy. It is true. You know that one where they say like some people they hold off, for instance, having kids until they're really old. I've known several people like that. They or people who wait till they have kids, and then next thing they know, it's like they put their career in front of them, and then they can't have kids, or they're racing against the clock to have kids, because they want to be responsible. And I completely understand that. Prophecy, yeah. It actually, yeah. There's a lot of things about idiocracy. Like as I get older, I see it coming more and more to fruition, and that's kind of to me. But yeah, just be mindful about it. Just be mindful about what you know how you take in things, and what your actions are. You know, don't go ahead and idiotically follow the crowd and start uh, you know watering your plants with Bronto because that's what plants need, sort of thing. So yeah. But I feel like we do have a lot of people with common sense still on this planet, and that's a good thing. I'm not seeing anyone feed their plants Gatorade yet, yet. But who knows? You always have those people who are into like homesteading, and homesteading does not involve Gatorade. So yeah, but always good to expand your mind, research things, and see how things go. Pray to Elon Musk. I want to pray to Elon Musk to push up Tesla stock or do something to pump up Tesla stock, because I know he's been pumping up Dogecoin and Bitcoin and GME. Yeah, I'm waiting for his Tesla stock to go up to a 900 or 1,000. Just being honest here, just waiting, waiting. I've heard about glyphosate, but I forgot what that is. What is glyphosate? Oh my goodness, yeah, I definitely believe in prepping. 100% I believe in prepping. But don't, you can't go crazy overboard. She talks about a lot about her ex. I haven't spoken about my ex. I think I spoke about like two exes, but it was just some background information. Like everybody has exes, right? Oh, Roundup. Okay, okay. Yeah, people go crazy about the pesticides and the fertilizers here, but you know where they go even more crazy than the U.S.? Look at China. Seriously, look at China and look how much pesticides they use and stuff on their vegetables. They go crazy on that stuff because they're like, you want green onions? No, we're gonna put double the amount of fertilizer or pesticides in there, and then that way you'll have like super green onion. It's so unhealthy, so unhealthy. Wasn't Splenda originally at point? Oh, I don't know that. I don't know what Splenda originally was. But I don't. I try to limit my artificial sweeteners. I don't really consume Splenda. I like monk fruit sweetener or erythromycin, but I use that very sparingly, very sparingly. But yeah, I'm trying to go on low sugar, low carb. Not gonna be 100% because it's like I see something like this, I might eat it, but slow little changes. I feel the best on carb, but it's tough because as you guys know, burritos have a ton of carbs. So yeah, I gotta watch what I eat. But if you ever go on a keto diet and you load up on the fat, it definitely works. Fat is a lot more filling than eating empty carbs. For instance, right? It's easy for me to eat 1 pound of beans in a day, but it's harder for me to eat 1 pound of beef or like 1 pound of butter. Can you imagine eating 1 pound of butter? Like, oh, first off, for how it wouldn't feel good eating 1 pound of butter, but all that fat and all that protein together is very satiating. So I used to eat a lot less food when I was on like the carnivore diet for a very brief amount of time because it's like I would just be able to eat steak, one little small steak, and then that would fill me up for breakfast and lunch, and then I would eat dinner, but I wouldn't even eat that much dinner. So steak with butter would be really filling, but I haven't been doing that. Yeah, so he is an omnivore. He's actually on keto. He's not really on keto, but he's trying to be low carb, and I was telling him, I told him, I said, yeah, ever since he's been upping his protein and lowering his carbohydrates, I noticed he's like less bloated. And even for me, like yesterday, I was eating beans and rice, like vegan beans with rice together. And I had like the worst stomach pain. I don't know what it is. Like something about beans really just like screws up my, like it makes me super gassy. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this hurts so badly. And then I took some digestive pills and I felt fine afterwards. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I try to stay away from beans because it's not really, it doesn't digest well with me for whatever reason. So I'm definitely an omnivore. Lewis is an omnivore, and because he's lowering his carbohydrates, when he lowers his carbohydrates, he's been eating burritos, but when he was like lowering his carbohydrates, I was telling him, I was like, dang, you have, I could see more definition in his arms, and his, he was looking less puffy. He was looking less bloated because he was having less um he was he was looking less bloated because he was eating less carbs. So for him, I can definitely see a difference when he eats low carb. And um, yeah, it's like I look back, like before I was like feeding him a lot of that Gardein stuff, the vegan meat, vegetarian meats, which is basically like fried wheat. It's just pure carbs, right? Um, like he was looking more padded on that. So it's because it's like when you have like beans or like lentils, it's just carbohydrates, and then you eat that with rice, it's just carbohydrates on top of carbohydrates. And I don't digest that stuff very well. That's what I found out. So I can eat it, but I can't eat too much of it either. I used to get really bad stomach pains. But with something like beef or eggs or lamb, I have zero issues digesting. Yeah, and I do like sakura, I do like pickled ginger, and kimchi is really tasty too. Hardcore, oh my goodness. So some vegans, they do have a really good vegan egg substitute from what I heard. It's called Just Egg. I've never tried it before, but I think it's made out of mung bean or something. Yeah, I don't know how good it is. And then there's also people who make this they make a vegan egg basically out of hummus, and then they put that on top of a pickled mushroom. That's one thing that I heard. So, like if you put a mushroom inside of pickle juice and then you put hummus on top, some people say it tastes like an egg, and like a deviled egg. And I don't know, like I don't know how I feel about that. Like I could try that. I do actually have, you know what, actually? I do have pickle juice and I do have some mushrooms, so maybe I'll try to pickle my mushrooms and add some hummus on there, and I'll report back to you to let you guys know how that, if that tastes like a deviled egg. Because I definitely know how an egg tastes like. I've tried eggs. Yeah, I eat eggs basically every single day, and I'm familiar with how a deviled egg tastes like. But yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try pickle some mushrooms and put hummus on top. I'll get back to you on that. I'll let you know how that tastes. Uh, changes. Can I cook? Yes, I do cook. I cook. I mostly eat stew or sardine. I usually eat, like beef stew with rice or sardines with rice, and I usually have that as like my constant. And then for breakfast, I'll eat something like cereal with almond milk or eggs with butter, and like just eggs and butter alone, or cereal with almond milk, and then um, have like my usual meals: the stew and the rice, the beans and the rice. When I do have like some beans available, and sardines and rice. Kind of like it's pretty healthy. You can see it's like not too much processed foods on there, and I like loading up on the healthy fats, the fish oils. Let's see here. Butter. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Kerrygold butter. The salted Kerrygold butter, the gold foil Kerrygold butter. I love Kerrygold butter. I refuse to buy any other butter except Kerrygold butter or Finlandia. If it's, I like buying the grass-fed butter. Suet, we do, but I've never seen it. I've heard about it, but I've never seen it. I've never tried that. I've never tried that. Now that Lewis is no longer a vegetarian, I was telling him we should check out a German restaurant. You know, that Schnitzel House place. I told him, I said we should try some authentic German food. You know, those, try those like thingy majingies and like, yeah. I'm okay with eating that. He should be okay with eating that, and then he can try some authentic German food and see how that tastes. But yeah, he eats meat now. He's been eating meat for like about a month. He changed his diet because and he can tell the difference. Like when he goes lower carb and he eats more protein, although he looks leaner. He looks more fitter. And lower pork, I've never heard about that. Oh, I love brisket. I love prime rib. Oh, I love prime rib. I love biscuit. It's just, you know, like the end bit of like brisket. You know when they make like a roast or something. You know that really fatty end bit that has like all like the butter and the herbs and it just like melts in your mouth. Holy crap! I love that so much. I love that so much. I have like dreams about that kind of stuff. So this is just some stuff like if you go to Whole Foods, for instance, and you know how they have, I know probably now it's different, right? But they usually have like this brisket, like this little roast of brisket, and then they have all this, like, it's pretty expensive. I used to only grab the end pieces because I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna grab the end pieces because I love the end pieces so much. It's so good. It's so good. But if you do that, please don't be in New York because if I go to Whole Foods and I see the end pieces missing, I'm gonna know it's one of the you 39 people over there taking the end piece out. But yeah, I love the end piece, fatty thingy majig, fatty. You know, it has like a big chunk of fat and it just like melts in your mouth. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I mean, like I have tried so many meat substitutes, you guys. You know, when Lewis was vegetarian, I've tried every single meat substitute out there, basically, and nothing compares to the end piece of a good, tasty, garlicky herb roast. Oh my gosh, like that is just like hallelujah. And it just like when I eat that stuff, it's like, ah, like you had a bad day, just eat that. Ah, it's just, it's just so good. It's so good. I still think about those end pieces at Whole Foods, and I haven't had that in over a year. It's just so good. It's so good, you guys. Oh, look at Max. Max had some smoked brisket 2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah. So he was Lewis was vegetarian for about 5 years, and he did it for animal ethics. And but I told him, you guys saw my streams. I'm very adamant. I say, you know what? I support animal ethics as omnivore. I believe heavily in trying to make sure that there's humane standards. So the eggs that we buy are pasture raised or free range. If I can't buy it, then I'll buy cage free. But I know the reality behind cage free, so I'll always go for pasture raised or go for the ones that say like we give our chickens like 110 square feet per chicken. So that way I feel like, okay, these chickens are getting a better life. You know, they're able to flap around. They're not like in a little metal cage. And look it up, you guys. Like a lot of these chickens that you buy, like the really cheap $1 a dozen eggs, these chickens might never flap their wings at all. They're just stuck in a cage, and it's really sad. It's really disturbing. So although the price of like the pasture raised stuff is like $4, $5, I don't, you know, it's like I feel fine paying that kind of stuff because it's like other stuff like, you know, we cut. You guys know how frugal we are, right? So it's like the stuff that we pay a premium for will be for like the higher quality food. But we don't even eat that much stuff. We go through like 5 dozen eggs, one block of butter a week. It's, you know, it's definitely cheaper than takeout. So um, yeah, so for that, it's like I say that you should go with stuff that you feel like supports higher animal welfare. Grass-fed meat is another thing that I really support in. But Never, ever, ever, ever sacrifice your health for animal welfare. 100%. Because I know some people out there who will be like, oh, I need to, I'm having health issues, but I'm not gonna incorporate any animal products because I don't want to hurt any animal. I'm like, look, if you are having a deficiency and you're not feeling on it, then you owe it to yourself to try and see if the animal product fixes it. Either you're going to be wasting all this time going down the supplement road. I shared with you guys very openly that when I was trying to go vegan, in my life, like vegan vegetarian in my life, I tried to cut out all the animal product in my life, no butter, no eggs, no meats. My mental health went down the shitter for sure. I was actually severely depressed and nothing in my life changed. It got so bad to a point that I actually had some really dark thoughts in my brain, and you guys know what I'm alluding to right now. But I actually started having these really heavy thoughts, and I was able to like pull myself out of it. And I thought to myself, like, holy crap, Erica, like nothing changed in your life. Why the hell are you feeling that depressed? And then I realized like it might be because I'm missing some vitamins in my brain. So once I added the vitamins in my brain, my mood lifted within a week, and I was so much in a better place. So that's why I'm a big fan and big supporter of incorporating butter in your diet, incorporating meat in your diet, eggs, not like the deep fried chicken kind of stuff, but like stew. Grill something, put like grass fed meats with grass fed butter, with rosemary, that kind of stuff. It's like not so processed on that stuff. So I realized like how important it is for me to have certain vitamins for my mental health. And at the end of the day, I don't want my mental health to take a dive because I put an animal like above me. You get what I'm saying? And then also, if we go back to history, right? The human race has evolved eating meat. So yeah, it's like I don't want to stray too far away from what has proven to work for us and then suddenly say, okay, I have decided now it can end. Despite my ancestors and my genealogy or my genetics eating meat for all this period of time, like I'm gonna say from moving forward, like I don't need any of that stuff. I could just have something else. And I don't believe in that kind of stuff. Like I think that some people work very well on the vegan diet, some people thrive on the vegetarian diet, and if it works for them, that's great. But for me, I know that stuff doesn't work for me. And I see some people who are on a long-term vegetarian diet and it doesn't work for them. They have health issues, some of them. You can kind of tell that it looks like they're lacking something, but it's like they just like they're like I can't fold because yeah, I don't want to incorporate any animal product to my life. And I'm like, whoa, hold up a second. You only have one life to live. You can reduce your meat intake, you can push for animal welfare, but never, ever, ever sacrifice your mental health or your physical well being for animals. That's just me. Reduce it. Reduce it. Like, I'm not eating a lot of meat every day, for sure. I eat very little, but I know that if I kind of waver and I don't have any animal product, oh my goodness, it's like let's see here. Yeah, well, the carnivores can't make their meat taste like carrots anywhere they try it. Yeah, hold on. I gotta refill my water. I don't want to pull a Eugenia and like not drink any water for like 8 hours, because you guys can tell like when I don't drink water, my throat starts getting dry. Okay, so I'm back with a lot of water. Okay, so let me see. What did I miss over here? Yeah, I think that, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the whole point of a lot of the full meat is so it's a good transition food. Um, you think about it, right? If people were raised on eating meat, like let's say a burger, and then they have a craving for eating like a Whopper, instead of telling them like, oh, you can only eat like beans and zucchinis and tofu for the rest of your life, having a mock meat over there, a fake meat, helps make their lifestyle a little easier. And I've tried the Impossible Whopper; it's not bad, but I don't know. There was just it tastes kind of like meat, but it's like I don't know if I'm just used to having more of a meat taste when it comes to burger. I'm not just a big fan of Whoppers in general, but I was not a. It's like I understand. Like it's kind of like if you have an itch and you scratch it. It's like that little temporary scratching relief. So you feel like okay, you're still following your ethics, but you're able to not fully deprive yourself of eating meat. And that's where the faux meats kind of kick in. Like the faux chicken nuggets, the faux beef gardine. I don't recommend the beef gardine. I think it's terrible, by the way. But yeah, all those faux meats, it kind of satisfies a craving. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of, you don't need people don't need that much meat, but I do think it's not healthy to eliminate a whole food group out of there. It's not good to be like all. I don't believe in having an all carnivore diet. That's just my belief, and I also don't believe in having like an all vegetable diet either. I think omnivore diet is good because um, you have like a little bit of everything. There are certain vitamins that you can't get in meat that's in vegetables, and then there's also certain things in meat that you there's also certain things in meat that you can't find in vegetables. Oh wait, did I just repeat myself? Maybe I did. I remember Teacup Tempest are by a vegan who had her food redone with bone glue. What? Bone glue? Yeah, a lot of things actually do have oh, hold up a second. I got an influencer right here. Oh, I'm blocking his stairs. Look at this. Yeah, I have my water on his stairs. So I have a very influential influencer here. Kind of late, Oriole, to provide emotional support. I'm just saying, I think he was sleeping on the job. But yeah, there's also like carnivore eaters who have come out and then they said carnivore doesn't work for them. I like I said, I don't believe carnivore is like the way. I don't believe like veganism is the way, vegetarianism a way for a lot of people. I think a lot of people should have an omnivore diet. But I think the dangerous thing is that like when you instill certain like mindsets like you cannot have this or you cannot have that, if depending on how long you do it, it becomes kind of like an echo chamber. You're around people who say like, oh yeah, you don't need vegetables because vegetables are anti-nutrients. So yeah, if it just stay away from the vegetables. And then sometimes people might have a deficiency because they're not getting, let's say, enough vitamin C because they're not eating vegetables. Like that's not good. And a lot of things is like paints has like animal products in there as well. It's hard to reduce a lot of the stuff like petroleum, right? Oil is made out of like dead dinosaur bones. So yeah, a lot of like Vaseline, petroleum, um, yeah, a lot of the stuff that we have. is made out of animal products. Yeah, I do believe in the keto diet. I find that I actually am best on a keto, on a low carb diet, but it's hard. You know, I see something like this and I'm like, I want to eat it. So I've been known to kick myself out of ketosis quite a bit. Lewis kicked himself out of ketosis a few times, and I told him, I said, you know what? Just go lower carb. You don't need to be like too crazy over it, but lower your sugar, lower your carb, and if you eat a little carb, like that's okay. If I go to a sushi restaurant and I see, if I eat sushi, I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna say, you know what? I only got one life to live. I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, so I think liver is high in vitamin A, right? I've tried liver. Oh my god, I hated liver so much. I was like, oh, I've tried liver and onions. I tried cooking that myself. I thought it was disgusting. I've tried beef heart. People have said things like beef heart. If you eat it, it's like eating expensive steak, but it's cheaper. You just got to take out like the vein inside of it. Oh my god, like never again. No, I'm not eating beef heart. No, 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 no. At least when I made it, I tried to cook it like a steak and I cut it into pieces. I was like, ah. So, yeah, I did not like that. Hold on. Aria, where are you? Yeah, Oriole's mad at me because I've been putting his dental powder on his food in the morning, and he was like, she was like, he did not want to eat his food, but inevitably he ate it. Yeah, you know what, Drew? The thing about leather, and this is why I'm a fan of leather. I'm a fan of vintage leather, especially is if you take care of it, you don't have to keep replacing it. Like if I wish I could show you some like fake bonded vegan leather. You know those like computer chairs that you see that have like the peeling leathers on them? Like fake leather, like fake vegan leather. Some of them, like the handbags, are made out of that kind of stuff, unless you get like the more expensive stuff. And it just peels after a bit. And then when it peels, like you throw that stuff away and then it goes off to the landfill. Versus if you have like, let's say, a genuine leather purse, like you don't have to worry about it peeling. You condition it, you take care of it. Next thing you know, you have the same bag for 20 years. What did my mom cook when I was growing up? My mom cooked like oxtail soup. She made chicken. She made like Texas rice. She made some Korean dishes. Yeah. Um, I always grew up like when I was eating, I would always have like vegetables. I'd always have like bowl of rice, main protein, usually fish, chicken, or beef, and then vegetables. So one or two vegetables or one vegetable with beef or meat, and then rice. So I grew up eating an omnivore diet. I don't even know where I can get lamb liver. That's the other thing too. Yeah, so if you're in like a bad mood, like carbs definitely perk you up. No, I don't. I do follow like Eric Berg, Dr. Eric Berg. He's actually a chiropractor, but a lot does make sense in my opinion. Like I hear about it, I'm like, huh, you know what? I do believe in that stuff. Like I do think he's right. Yeah, I don't like pleather. Hold on, let me clean this thing. I don't know why it's. Is that better? I think that's a little better, ish. Does that work? Oriole's playing with his toy. He's getting his little exercise right now. Yeah, I don't like that pleather crap. That stuff sucks. Okay, I think that's a little better. Middle Eastern store. Dang. Aw. Thanks. Yeah. So what was I gonna say? I love coffee, but I actually have to stay away from coffee because I told you guys about my teeth, and I have a white mark on my teeth. You can't really tell. It's hard to tell, but unless you look really close, I'm sure my dental hygienist is gonna tell. But like one of my white teeth at the end, or here, I have a little white mark at the tip, and then toward in between the two teeth, I also have a white mark. So that's kind of indicative that I didn't floss. So I'm gonna hit it with gel cam every day. I'm brushing, I'm flossing, I'm using mouthwash, and hopefully the white mark reverses. And if it doesn't, oh well. So I want to stay away from coffee because coffee is very acidic, and I want to protect my teeth as time goes forward. Also, my teeth get stained really easily, so I'm not really doing my favor by drinking coffee. I've been trying to go with tea instead because I feel like it's a little better. It's a little less darker, but I have to admit I do love the taste of coffee with like cream. Oh, it's so good. But my teeth just absorb the color like a sponge. So yeah, and then I also took some of your tips. You guys said to buy a sonic hair. I did pick up sonic hair, not just for me, but also Lewis as well. And I gotta open up the sonic hair. But so yeah, I want to improve my dental health, and my gums look a little better. It's not. It's still like a little irritated, but I noticed like after I think 3 days of flossing, my gums no longer bled. Actually, wait, no. Yesterday it bled a little on one of the teeth, but other than that, like yeah, not really. Uh, yeah. What did I miss over here? Oh, yeah. Sugar and caffeine is very very addicting for sure. But I'm gonna try and stay away from sugar as much as I can because, I mean, like, I'm still gonna eat Pocky, but I'm gonna reduce my sugar intake. Like, look at this stuff. Look. What does this have? Wheat flour, sugar, blend of vegetable oils, palm kernel oil, rapeseed. Rapeseed is actually canola oil, in case you guys didn't know. Whole milk powder, lactose, palm oil, shortening, and then contains 1% or less of green tea powder, artificial salt, yeast, lectin, leavening, monoglycerides, beta carotene, color blue, lake color 1. That doesn't sound so appetizing when you read the ingredients. And then let's see, carbohydrates per box is 50 grams. Oh my goodness. Half of the box is, of course, 22 grams. Sugar for the whole box is 26 grams. Protein, 5 grams. And yeah, so what I'm worried about here is the carbohydrates, and I'm worried about the sugars because I know cavities are formed by having a lot of sugar and also carbohydrates, and sometimes it can stick to your teeth. And then if you add an acid in like coffee, that just can kind of make it worse. That's what I was reading. I did read that. What is that word? I think. Oh, Weston Price. So Weston Price is he did this study about like Aborigines people, and they said yeah, when people don't have the standard American diet, you know, all the carbohydrates and crap like that, like their teeth are straight. But for the people who have like like carb laden diets like me, you end up having a lot of crooked teeth. And for me, my teeth were super crooked. Like you can't really tell too much. You can kind of tell like this tooth's a little higher than this tooth a little. But I had braces, and if I could show you my braces before, like I had like total buck teeth. Like my teeth were like a jack-o'-lantern. It was terrible. So yeah. So I want to make healthier choices moving forward. I'm still gonna eat things like this every so often, but um, I just have it in the back of my mind. Think about acidity, think about sugar, think about carbohydrates, and I think if I make into these big, habits, hopefully, I lead a healthier lifestyle. Yeah. I hope you guys follow that too. I hope you guys try to reduce your sugar intake or your coffee intake because um, coffee can just be really bad for the teeth. Like all that acid, all that acidity. It's just yeah. You can look it up. They say like the stuff that's good for your teeth and the stuff that's not good for your teeth, and like coffee kind of hits up there. Really? They can't stop eating until their stomach bursts? That's not good at all. Jeez. Yeah, I think tea is great. You know, tea, like if green tea has like antioxidants in there, they say drinking green tea helps prevent cavities. Oh, sugarless energy drinks. Wow. Yeah, but yeah, sugar is actually really. I mean, like I heard other things like people say like the fake sugar that stuff isn't good for you. So I try to stay away from a lot of that stuff. But sugar is just terrible. I was looking at Coca Cola stock recently, and Coca Cola stock just took a nosedive, and I was like, yes, yes. I mean, like don't get me wrong, I still love Coca Cola. If I had a nice cold glass of Coca Cola with like the fountain ice in there, I would drink it. I'd be like, oh, this is so good. It's so good. But I don't buy Coca Cola. If anything, I have like a lot of sparkling water here instead. No, no. Guns. No. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that. The stream's gonna catch that, and they'll be like, ooh. Hopefully they won't. Yeah, Mexican Coke has real sugar in it, but I'm trying to stay away from sugar. I won't say no to a nice little cookie here and there, but I want to reduce my sugar intake because my teeth, my health, my skin. I want to take care of myself in the long term, but never say never. Don't say no to like a cookie, but just limit. Moderation is very, very, very important. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna end this stream. I'm gonna be honest, I did basically jack today. All I did was cry. All I did was cry and worry, and yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm not gonna stream because I'm probably gonna be a puffy mess, and I really enjoy talking to you guys and learning stuff from you guys. I didn't know, for instance, like that oil makes that causes like mice to just keep eating and eating and eating. And yeah, yeah, I will keep that in mind. Yeah, so if any of you guys want to like reduce your chance of like cancer, I would say, this is not nutritional advice, but just reduce the amount of processed foods you eat or reduce the amount of sugar that you eat and look online and see what foods are supposed to kind of stop people from or try to reduce the chances of getting cancer. But cancer is not something that I think is like, how would I say this? I don't think having a super clean diet will 100% prevent you from getting cancer, but I think it will reduce your chances. And I think that's something that people should go after. And I hear Clinton doing the food bowl. You hear that? That's his little Morse code stuff. So but I think that we kind of owe it to ourselves to take better care of ourselves. Take care of your teeth. I've been recently doing that, and I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I don't have to pay expensive dental bills in the future. Because dental stuff can be really expensive. Like cavities, I have like 9 cavities in my mouth. I haven't had cavities for 5 years. Knock on wood, because I might have a cavity. Who knows? Um, maybe there's something that I developed that caused that white spot. But that wasn't wood, by the way. That was plastic. But yeah, I want to just like make sure that I maintain everything or take care of things. And tomorrow, I definitely have to go work out because I didn't work out yesterday and today. Well, I usually don't work out on Thursdays. So, um, yeah, I think it's very important that we take care of ourselves or do those small little steps because oh, I know. I heard about your little thing, your little joke. Yeah, so sugar is not any ideas how to drop carbs without me going to yo-yo effect? Okay, hold up a second. Hold up. I'm gonna get out of the bed so I can show you this stuff. Oh, I know. I know. So unprofessional. So unprofessional. Hold up. I'll show you what works for me. But this is what I do to kind of keep my sugar levels in check and not go crazy over it. It works most of the time. Okay, so, hello there. Okay, so first of all, if you want to reduce your sugar intake, sardines work really well. I personally like this one. It's a King Oscar one. It's the Mediterranean flavor. See that? So this works really good at kicking sugar cravings. I normally eat that with rice though, so that's not low carb, but having like good fats and like fatty fish is also good for your health. And this, it has 14 grams of protein, 0 sugar, lots of flavor. And if you are like lazy and you don't want to cook, get some rice, microwave it, or store some rice, those like instant plastic containers of rice, you'll see that around. Pop that in the microwave for a minute, open up a can of sardines, you are good. So that's what I really love at that. This is like the stuff that Lewis and I eat almost every single day. 5A, total 5%. You guys can tell, like, I'm not scared of fats. This has 20 grams of fat. This has 10 grams of fat. And the reason why I'm not scared of fat is this is not like super bad fats. This is actually good fats for you. And this kind of stuff keeps you a lot more filled than, let's say, eating a donut. Eating a Dunkin' Donuts donut is not going to fill you up as long as this stuff. So you eat this with like berries, or what I usually do is I get almond butter. Lewis gets peanut butter, mixes it with protein powder. This is really good too. This is 190 calories, 6 grams carbohydrates, 6 grams of sugar in this whole thing, 18 grams of protein. So I like having a high fat, high protein thing. I just look at it and I'm like 20 grams of fat, no big deal over here. And protein, high protein, low carb, high fat, I like it. So you can also get something like this. I never tried this, by the way, but see, this one has 2 grams of sugar over here. Lewis ate this earlier today. I think he liked it because he never complained to me about it. This has 1.5 grams of milk fat. I will never buy 0 fat yogurt, 100%. I will always prefer buying like the high fat stuff, like the whole milk 5% stuff, because fat makes me full. And finally, if I want to have a sugary drink, but I don't want to drink the sugar because my teeth, and I'm worried about my blood sugar levels, I will go for something like this. So this is a sparkling water. You get the carbonation of soda, but look at this. 0 calories, 0 sugars. You are good. You are good. So if you have this with a yogurt, and then you add some like peanut butter. I prefer using natural peanut butter, not the cheap peanut butter with hydrogenated oils, or almond butter. Almond butter is expensive, but you don't have to use too much of it, okay? So this with like almond butter or natural peanut butter with this is a really good meal. And then this with like some sort of like rice or like steamed vegetables, like this would be really good too. And sparkling water destroys your enamel? Really? I didn't know that. I've always drank this because I thought like, spiking. But normally I only drink water or I drink tea. So, but maybe about like once a week or something, I'll pop open one of these so that way I don't have to think about the sugar stuff. Oh, now I know. Thank you. Maybe it's good I only drink this one a week. So yeah, maybe don't go crazy about this stuff. Drink water, drink tea. No, I only drink this about once a week, so I don't go crazy over this. Most of the time I'm drinking water. I went on a coffee binge, and I think, after I had the coffee binge, that's when I noticed that I had that white mark on my teeth. So I'm hoping that it was a reason. Whoops. Yeah. So that's usually my my diet. So sardine, Greek yogurt, peanut butter, almond butter, and beef stew with vegetables. And I don't use like I don't use like I use like bone broth for my beef stew a lot of the time, but I ran out of it. But yeah, I use like bone broth. I try to make it kind of simple, like beef plus bone broth plus lots of vegetables, and then like carrots, celery, onions, mushrooms, tomatoes, and then just cook that in and then eat that with rice. Keto granola. What is keto granola? I'm just curious because I know there's like grain free granola, but like what brand makes keto granola? I've never bought keto granola because I just stick with the almond butters or the nut butters. What about the stuff you find when bin dipping? A lot of that stuff I actually don't keep for myself, believe it or not. It's because like I'm not diving as much as I used to before. I used to go a lot more diving, but for like the bakery stuff, I shared with you guys that like that one bakery that I was picking up all those like baked goods. I don't go there anymore because it's kind of like everybody wants all the baked goods. So I was picking that stuff, dropping it at food distribution thing. But when everybody wants it, it's like I don't want to fight people for it. It's like I don't need all these like donuts and baked goods, and it's not good for me to eat that stuff anyway. But I'm proud to say though, I have tried basically every baked good from that one bakery. Yeah, I've eaten a lot of baked goods. I had donuts, I had like expensive little pastry things, and I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, so I think I ate something like $100 worth of baked goods in like the span of less than a month. I ate so much baked goods. I was like, this is amazing. So yeah, yeah. So I'm trying to stay away from the carbs, and I'm trying to reduce my carbs. Like I'm not zero carb. I'm still eating rice, but uh, if I reduce my carbs, I just feel a lot better. I We don't eat oatmeal anymore. Lewis and I used to eat oatmeal a lot. We used to eat like the Quaker apple cinnamon oatmeal. But what he realized and what I realized is that we used to get hungry super quickly afterwards. So it's amazing. Like I was telling you guys, right? Like fat keeps you fuller. So normally I will make. He'll eat 5 eggs a day with like a little like I'd say something like 2 tablespoons of butter, Kerrygold butter inside of that. And then I'll just like scramble the eggs, and then I'll put some like a little bit of salt, pepper, garlic, minced garlic, powder thingy majingy in there. It's like dried garlic, but it's minced. They sell it on Amazon, and he'll eat that for breakfast. I'll normally have 2 eggs, and then same thing, but just 2 eggs worth. Yeah, so the carbs really got us hungry, and yeah, that's why we don't eat oatmeal for breakfast anymore. We made the change like I think about 6 months ago, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. My shopping is super lean, you guys. Like all I do when I go shop is I'll just buy eggs, meat, and yogurt. And then I'll buy some vegetables. And it's like I have a really simple shopping list today. I wanted to eat nachos, so I bought some tortilla chips, like some like white corn tortilla chips, and that's it. Like yeah, I don't buy things like uh cheese nips or like lots of like sodas or things like that. It's super like it's compact, and I like it that way. My sardines that I get, this stuff, I find it's cheaper on Amazon than going into the grocery store. So I have about two boxes of this stuff, and I like it. You know, it's like when I'm lazy or if I feel like I'm missing a little bit of fish oil, I'll probably eat this today. I'll eat this with like some vegetables or like some stew. So like this next to beef stew, or like this with some beans and then some rice. Like I'm good. Super simple. KK, Vic. Yeah, I cannot eat high carbs. Like if I eat like it's crazy how much bread I can eat in one sitting. So I told you guys like I broke out a lot, and I don't know if you can see it on camera, but I broke out around my chin area. It kind of went down because I've been um yeah, it kind of went down, but I had these like massive breakouts on my chin, and I was just like, and it all came out from eating a lot of bread.
I have tried smoked oysters, but I haven't had that in a while. But I really like fresh oysters. Cracked open with like lemon in there and like a little hot sauce, or if you eat them on the grill, like a charcoal grill, and then cook that with like a little Tabasco and soy sauce. Oh, it is so good. But yeah, I love oysters. I like the tiny oysters, like the ones that are like this big. Those are really good, like about that big. Do I eat whole wheat brick or whole white brick? Brick? I don't know. I don't. I Oh, bread. I try not to eat bread. Here's the thing. Like, I don't eat bread very often, and if I do eat bread, it's usually focaccia. But I also like brioche bread. I found that out. Trader Joe's makes amazing brioche bread. You guys can. I think it's Broche. I eat that with like a little Kerrygold butter. It's so tasty, but if I eat too much, then I get breakouts. And all about moderation. All about moderation. But I do not regret eating that focaccia bread because it was so freaking good, and dipping it with olive oil was so good. Yeah. So I need to put this stuff away. I got all my. Yeah, I know carbs is full of sugar. So, but I hope that I hope that you guys picked up something in my stream from other people or from me, and I learned so much from you guys, and I will keep that in mind about the acid in sparkling water. I wonder though, if I let it flatten out, I'll have less acid. Maybe I'll see. I don't know. I gotta look it up. But I don't drink this very often, but I think this is much better than drinking sugary drinks for sure, because this stuff shouldn't be clinging onto your teeth like sugar. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard, but again, if you guys are like I don't want to say sugar addict like I am, uh, load up on the fats, and then when you load up on the fats, you can still eat sugar. Like, I still eat sugar, but it's a lot less than before for sure. And fats, don't fear fats. Fats keep you full. Ah, flatten it out. Okay, so I will open this up, and I'll make sure I flatten this stuff out for at least 10 minutes, and then I'll drink it. Thank you. See, I learned so much from you guys. Like, if I didn't talk to you guys, like, I think I'd be like, yeah, I do eat fruits as well. But I do eat fruits as well. Like, I really like bananas, but bananas are high carb. I found that out the hard way. I was like, oh goodness, I love eating bananas so much, and then I read online, they're like, yeah, bananas is full of carbs. Xylitol drinks. Okay, I'll check that out as well. Xylitol drinks. I'm out of water again. Yeah, bananas is not keto friendly. It has a lot of carbs. A lot of, like, I think apples has a lot of carbs too. Grapes have a lot of carbs. Blueberries can have a lot of carbs as well. um, yeah, it sucks. Fruit can be really high carb. That's why I don't eat that much fruit. I eat in moderation, but let's see. When was the last time I ate fruit? I'm trying to think. Sometimes last week, I think. I think I had a banana like a couple days ago. Yeah, temporary Clio is probably a 2014 MacBook, and I want Real Clio to work though, because I love Real Clio so much. Yeah, I don't mind eating blueberries. Like, it's not like I avoid the fruit. I just keep it in moderation. So don't think it's like I'm like, no, I can't eat fruit. No, I definitely still eat fruit, for sure. Keto breads out there. Ah, yeah, that's gonna be kind of hard to find, keto breads. What's that made out of? Like almond flour or something, I imagine. No, I want Rio Clio to work again. I miss Rio Clio. I want to use Rio Clio. I want to have Rio Clio work, and then I want to get my new Clio when it comes out. Maybe I'll wait about a month later, and then I'll get Rio Clio. I mean, the second Clio. And I'll be like, look, it's Clio 1 and Clio 2. And then later on, I'll get Clio 3, and maybe in like 6 years. So when I turn into an old lady, this is going to sound crazy, but when I turn into an old lady, I want to have my little brick of MacBooks. And I'd be like, you know what? These are all the MacBooks that I used in my lifetime. over here, and I love my MacBooks. Yeah, so I have all my Apple products, you guys, in Hawaii. Every single Apple product I use, even if it doesn't work, I still kept it because I was like, I love my Apple products. No, I know he's bringing a 2014 MacBook Air home, and yeah, he was telling me that he was like, oh, I got you a 2014 MacBook Air, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, can you fix Cleo? And he was like, what? You want me to fix Cleo? Cleo's like 2012. She's 2 years older. I was like, yeah, but it's Cleo. That's the whole point about it. Like, I love my computer very much, and I want my little Cleo to work. So he says he'll see what he can do, but I don't know. He's probably thinking to himself, okay, Erica, you get this 2014 MacBook, and maybe you'll forget about Cleo. I'm like, no, I can't forget about my Cleo. What happened to my MacBook? I went to the bathroom because I drank too much water. Came back 3 months later, 3 minutes later, and then my computer was black. The screen was black, so I thought, oh, it ran out of battery. So I charged it, and then after I charged it, it just went beep, 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 and I was like, what? Beep, beep, beep. And then I was like furiously trying to like unplug it because I've always like whenever I had that issue I always just unplugged the battery and it replugged and it worked, but today it didn't work, and I tried the other battery that we had lying around and that didn't work as well, and it seems like the motherboard is dead. What? No, I don't want you to take off the sticker. No, I don't want you to take off the sticker. I want to have my original Clio because I love my Clio the way it is. No, I didn't have a backup. But I think he did some kind of data migration thingy majingy on there. But yeah, I just miss my little Clio because that's my computer that I've used for like 9 years, and I was hoping Clio would make it to 10 years. But I do believe that Clio can make it to 10 years if I get a new motherboard. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll piss Lewis off if he looks at it and he's looking at it. And he's like, "Holy crap! This computer's still around for the last 10 years. Is she still using that? Like, can you imagine that 2022 using a 2012 MacBook?" And I'm like, "It still works. It still works. Don't shit on my computer. It still works." Yeah, I know. I do sound like that little kid because I've used that computer for so long. It's like my sidekick. It's like every day I wake up next to it. Oh, whatever. It's gone. It's never gonna. You know what? No, I think Cleo can be fixed. Cleo can resurrect. I miss Cleo so much. Like, I'm so used to having my little laptop over here, and now I don't have my laptop. But yeah, I've always. Oh, think of Cleo like the GME stock. The GME stock, you're right. A lot of people think it has value in it, even if it depreciates. That's how I see Cleo too. You're right. You're right. And I cling on to Cleo. I'm like, no, I have my favorite computer. Here, it's Cleo. But yeah, I was planning to retire Cleo when I get my newer MacBook and use that. But I always wanted to have like Cleo as my little backup and just fawn at Cleo. So that's why I kind of want her to work. As nostalgic as it sounds, I do love my little Cleo a lot. I don't know. Like, what can you do? Just buy another logic board for it, and then just work on it that way. Is that how you do it? I don't know. But yeah, the cost of Clio after a while, she does become cost prohibitive, and but yeah, I do love my Clio very much, very 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 much. So, but yeah, she was giving me issues. You guys saw, like, on my streams, you would see her freeze, you would see her overheat. The battery wasn't the greatest at all. Um, the logic board, yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have a 2012 logic board? I doubt it. I think most people would be like, "What? This is a 9-year-old computer. How would you have it?" Like, yeah, but I love Cleo. Very, very much. I kind of think, like, yeah, the reason why I like Cleo a lot is that, well, I hate to say it this way, but I dropped her a lot, and then she's okay. So I'm afraid if I have like a newer computer, if I drop it off the bed, like it can shatter. And if it shatters, it's like the replacement cost of that is gonna be pretty freaking expensive. Like there's been times it's like I sleep and then I roll around the bed and then I knock my computer off the bed onto the floor and I hear it crash and I'm like, oh, I think Cleo's okay. And then like like I look at Cleo and Cleo's fine. What? How are you gonna find batteries in 20 years? Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna find a battery in 20 years. That's a good question. I'll just have it around. Like it's like those people who have like those really old cameras. You know what I'm talking about? Like those cameras who are like super old. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the super old cameras, like nobody uses like Kodak films as much anymore, but or like the cameras from like the 1800s, but you still have it because it's like a collectible. So I think of Cleo as like a little collectible. I love her so 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 much. Oh really? The beeping death is really? Wow, I didn't know that. If Lewis charged market rate for a CPU replacement and it still might not work, would you do that for Cleo? Yeah, I would actually. I would because I really love my computer. As crazy as it sounds, it's like one of those people with like those old piece of crap cars, and they're like, "No, I want you to spend more money on the car because I just like using that car." Even though it's like a piece of, it looks like not so great, or people are like, "Why don't you just get a new one?" I'm like, "No, you don't understand. I've been using this computer for like such a long time, and it does work. It's not the best at things, but yeah, it's been my little sidekick." I wake up and Cleo's there. I go and do things and I bring Cleo around with me. Yeah. So, but yeah, I do have like an iTouch that I didn't use very often, and then I didn't use it for like 2 years, and then now it doesn't turn on. And there's nothing I did with it. It's just like the battery swelled, and now it's kind of like obsolete. So yeah, so I like nobody uses an iTouch anymore, right? Like who would get a battery for an iTouch? Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a little thingy majiggy that Lewis can do. Oh, going and try to find something that makes Cleo work. Can you imagine that? Maybe that should be a video series. Trying to make Cleo work and then um it turns into like how much things have to be done to this little computer. uh, yeah, the iPod Touch. You know what I'm talking about. It kind of looked like an iPhone, but it was an MP3 player. I have that. I have that, and yeah, Cleo is like, me and Cleo are like inseparable. Like I go to another country. I bring Cleo with her. I go to college. Cleo's with me. I love Cleo very, very much. She is definitely, and I know people are going to say, Erica, you sound like a crazy MacBook user. She has definitely been through me with thick and thin, and I love my computer. Oh, I don't know if Apple Repair Lady has one. I don't know. Lewis claims he doesn't have one, but I know. I told him, I said to dig through 186 and see if he can find a, a, a logic board for Cleo in there. Yeah, but it is an old computer, so I imagine a lot of people wouldn't be holding on to that kind of stuff. They'd be like, this is crap. I do know that some people do send their 2012 computers over to Lewis to fix. And whenever I see that, I'm like, yay, these people want to repair their computer too. And, F what people say about it being a 2012. You got people who are just like me who's like, my computer doesn't work, please fix it. And then it's like some people will be like saying things like, oh yeah, you can just buy a newer computer. You don't want to buy a new computer, you just want your 2012 computer to work. I promise you guys, I won't have a crisis when if Clio worked and then I have the new computer working and I'm like, oh, I don't know, I want to have my I gotta transition from Clio to the new computer. And then I'm sure I'll be happy with the new computer, but I'm like, oh, Clio doesn't work. Yeah, I guess Cleo died from old age. Yeah, it's not like I spilled water on her. There wasn't corrosion on that thing. It just went kaput after a while. Are you kidding me? They look at what they look at that jumper one. They know that thing's been tampered with. And then also Apple does not touch computers that are older than 5 years, and Clio is 9 years. So they're gonna look at that thing and they're like, whoa, you're definitely due for a newer computer. And I'm like, no, but I like Clio. Yeah, it's like my love for little Cleo goes very deep. So, yeah, I don't know. I have hope. Maybe one day Cleo will be working again, and then I could just. I know. I have faith that maybe I could get Cleo working again because I really like Cleo. But all the stuff that is done to Cleo. No, I've got to the logic board replace on Clio before. I spilled water on it, and then um, I brought it over to the store, and yeah. So, but the thing is like the shell is still Clio, the screen is still Clio. You know, the keyboard's obviously not Clio because I got that thing, but you know, it's like it's still, yeah. Why do you know what? Can someone answer to me like why does it why does it beep? Like why does it die from old age? I mean, I know that sounds like really stupid, but why can't things just be fixed? You get what I'm saying? Like why can't it get fixed? No, because I didn't have that board for 9 years. So she got a board replacement I think in 2014, 2015 or something. 2013, something like that. But yeah, it's just like when I open it, I'm like, oh, it's Cleo, and that kind of thing like that. In hindsight, I really should have done some time machine backup, which I didn't do. I know, bad loose RAM chip. I don't know. Like Lewis was doing all sorts of rehotting CPU thing, and I heard the RAM is soldered in, so I don't know how you fix that kind of thing. I know you can't replace the RAM chip. I don't know. Like I don't even know what was wrong with it. I think there was something wrong with it, but I think it was something like I forgot what he said it was wrong with it. Maybe stuff. Like what does he? Because I remember he said like the RAM was okay, and like a lot of this, like what exactly is wrong with Clio? That's what my question is. What? You know what? You should. You know what? Can you ask someone like to look at the board, and then ask them if they can like fix it, like a Paul or a Chris, and be like, hey, can you try to make this board come back alive? Because it's my precious Cleo. I don't know. It looked like a lot of There should be something like I don't know. Maybe I'm very hopeful about Cleo. I kind of think she could be out fixed. That's just me though. Like get another set of eyes on it. Maybe Cleo can get fixed, and then I'll be like, yay! Where can I find a Paul? I don't know where you can find. What? Oh, language over here. Language. Apple, you know what? If you do decide to send something over, and it's like you don't, I'd be really thankful if you do. But if you do decide to send something over, make sure you address it to me, because if it's addressed like randomly to like Lewis, like it's gonna get lost in the ether 100%. I know someone's gonna open it up, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, what is this? Oh, what do we do with this?" So yeah, if you guys ever want to send something for me, make sure it's addressed to Erica or it's gonna get opened up and someone is gonna get misplaced somewhere. For sure, for sure. Because he also gets fan mail, right? This was not fixed until PCH was integrated. Oh. It's like Greek to me. I'm like, you can't just like pop one thing out and then just like put another one, like get a capacitor and just like pop my PCH out and get it, like stick another one on. Yeah, he gets Lewis gets fan mail. He gets really nice cards. People tell him things like, oh, you know, I started my own repair business, and yeah. No, it's nice. Like people will say like they enjoy watching his videos, and then they'll send him a little card for that. And some people send some really beautiful cards. I look at it, I'm like, ooh, it's a handmade card. That's really pretty. And then yeah, so we get cards from but basically 99% of everything goes to Lewis though. So but yeah, like some of the letters that I see is like really nice and really sweet. Yeah. Yeah, so it's funny. It's like no, it's like a handmade card. Like people will actually like draw on it, or they'll paint stuff, or they'll like make some like glue some like paper mache sort of stuff on there, and it's really touching. Like I see some of those cards, I'm like, ooh. I can value that stuff. And then also like when Lewis was running to this. Yeah, so we do not work on these when they beep. A quick refill of the RAM, then what? What? I wonder what's. I mean, like, I got a really dumb question, but. So. Okay, maybe I missed it. Or the RAM, nor do I have 9 hours to figure it out. What? It really. Oh, the CPU, the PCH, or the RAM? Oh. I don't know, like, the RAM is soldered in, right? So if there was a RAM issue, can you even fix that? I don't know how to fix that. I mean, like, I don't know. I heard about it. Like, it's soldered in, but it's like, you know, as someone who doesn't know this stuff, I'm like, can you just like take the RAM out and just stick new RAM on there, or do you have to like glue it on there? Because I'm just, you know, I'm like so. All I know is I think like, oh, what if you just get all the parts from a donor board and you just like glue it on there? Oh, so you gotta like unsolder it and then resolder it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't do this stuff. I'm like, can you just like pop it out and just like stick it on there? Not like glue gun it, but you know what I'm talking about. Like put a like a file in there, like just pop it up and be like, okay, I got new RAM on here. But I know that stuff is really small, so I mean, like, I got like butterfingers over here, so I wouldn't trust myself. Like I mean, like my hand is like super shaky. I know, I know. Laptop is old. I know, but I just you know what? It's because it's like my little it's like Rocky and Bullwinkle. You know, like that? It's like my little sidekick. I feel like Cleo's been with me. It's like Erica and Cleo. And then I'm gonna have to say, you know, Cleo went off to the MacBook heaven, maybe, or maybe she's gonna be maybe she is she's gonna revive from the dead in the future. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, guys name their cars. I've seen that. You know, some guys love their cars so much. I've seen guys who are like, you know, there was this one guy. I know this is like something, but there was this one guy who was like in My Strange Fetish or something like that, and he has like relations with his car. You guys can see it. Like he named, I think I forgot what he named his car, but it's like a red car, and My Strange Obsession. I think that's what it was called. and he like kisses his car. He's had relationships with his car, relations with his car. I was like, how do you have relations with a car? But who knows? Who knows? It's just one of those weird things. Um, let's see. New Clio, if you really want to get over through money as a laptop with broken screen. Yeah, cause see, I was thinking like all you have to do. Maybe I'm just like having a convoluted thing about MacBook, but I was thinking like, can you just like pop a new one in there, and then put everything that was on the old one on the new one? I mean, on the new one, and then just like, ta-da! It's like I like nothing happened to Clio. So yeah, so you could do that. Yeah, because I heard that like some people they can just keep their like hard drive, right? You can put the stuff on the hard drive and then just like that. Oh, I remember that there was this one person who loved like the Eiffel Tower too. I think that was it, right? Eiffel Tower. Like this one woman claimed she was married to the Eiffel Tower or something like that. She felt a connection with the Eiffel Tower. Strange. Oh, anyway, you know who was home, so I will talk to you guys later, and we will see. Oh wait, well maybe I'll see the. Hello.
Hello.
He sounds grumpy. Oh, that's a good one. Hey.
Hey.
I got a question. So Steve K said, you know, maybe I should send my MacBook over to Australia so Paul Daniels can work his magic trick on
He
it.
will tell you to go fuck yourself.
What?
Immediately.
What? You think
Well,
so?
firstly, if it didn't need a new CPU before, it definitely needs one after I YOLO reflowed it because it stopped turning on after that entirely. It doesn't even beep anymore.
Eh,
So that board is fucked. You need a new motherboard.
for sure?
The thing is, yes, if it was a question before, I guarantee you need one now.
Oh.
100%. But either way, where are you going to find RAM chips to a 9-year-old MacBook Air? Like, if you want to replace the 16 RAM chips, where are you going to find them new so that where you can actually purchase them?
Okay, Chad, I need you to help me out. I'm gonna do ask a friend. Where do I find 16 RAM chips?
So here's the thing. Firstly, you have to buy 16 RAM chips, right?
Okay.
Now, how do you know if any of the 16 RAM chips you bought, how do you know if they're good? So let's say you solder it on and it doesn't work.
Okay.
How do you know that it's not a crack or a fracture in the board or one of the chips you bought from some shady AliExpress vendor? Or if you replace the CPU, how do you know that the CPU you bought from the shady AliExpress vendor is good because you can't buy them new? How do you know if the PCH you bought from the shady AliExpress vendor is good? And it takes an hour and a half to replace any one of those individual chips.
Really?
Yeah, and the
Oh.
CPUs go for $100 to $200 online.
Oh, I didn't know
But
that.
however-
I thought it was like you put a little Velcro on it and you just pop. What? I thought you could rip it off like a button.
See?
What?
You have a MacBook.
Oh.
Log in. All your data is migrated over. So you don't have to copy all your stuff or set up everything again. It should have all your bookmarks, your programs, maybe.
Oh, my cat box is on.
Oh yeah, keep your cat box on. Cool. I tried. This is the same password you had before.
Yeah.
I know because I logged in with it already. Well then.
What? I think you migrated my data and changed my password.
What the fuck? Your password's not working. It worked before. Okay, that's weird.
I know my password.
No, I know your password too. You told it to me earlier. Okay.
This is not looking good, you guys. So he told me to log into my computer, right? and then I told him my password, and then he's like, log in, and then I tried logging in, I couldn't get in, and he tried logging in, he couldn't get in.
Uh-oh. This does not bode well.
I knew I should have stuck with a 2012 MacBook.
Sad thing is I would usually be able to recover your data from a backup, but you don't have one. I didn't bring home my USB enclosure that would allow me to get your SSD out and reinstall it. Just logged in right before I left. I saw your cluttered as hell desktop.
Hey, don't make fun of my desktop.
Your desktop is a mess, woman. Your desktop looks like this apartment.
What? No, my desktop's actually pretty clean than
Your
before.
desktop looks exactly like this.
You know why? Because whenever I do the
Did
screen
you know your
captures,
iCloud password?
huh?
Oh, you didn't remember that before, right? Oh man, you're just
No, I mean I wrote it down. I have it somewhere
where?
on a notebook
Where?
in the kitchen.
Exactly.
In the kitchen. No. I know it's. I don't know if it's my iCloud password, but I definitely have my Apple password. So I think it's the same. Yeah, I think it's the same.
Oh shit. I'm gonna fucking kick it now in the balls. And now you fuck!
Is it cat looks?
Yeah, this machine has a bad shift key.
It has a bad shift key.
It thinks you're typing in caps. That's why it just booted it to safe. Let me just confirm that.
It has a bad shift key.
Yep, the shift key is stuck. And now you fuck! This definitely has a bad shift key. So that's why your password doesn't work. Wait, let's see.
He's doing something. It looks like. Yeah.
Let's try this again. Turning you off altogether.
So wait, how did the shift key work before? The shift key doesn't work now.
It's refurbished.
Yeah, go back to the store and get a replacement keyboard. Yeah.
You think I got this from Apple.com? Fuck! This actually worked, and now it's dead. You piece of fucking shit Apple product.
What? What's even piece of shit Apple product? How can you curse at the Apple product when the keyboard isn't done right?
Why did other computers don't have keyboards that die like this for no
Well,
reason?
I'm sorry. You know, I've had keyboards and they were perfectly fine, but it seems like the one.
The Penelope screwdriver? Do you have that?
Seems like the one freaking the one keyboard and everything. He puts the blame on the Apple computer.
Apple's such fucking garbage, I
Oh,
swear.
whatever.
Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, now it works.
Now it's working.
Yeah.
What kind of crappy fucking keyboard is this?
It's an Apple product! You know
Whatever.
exactly what the fuck you get with this piece of shit Apple product! They have 3 fucking years on their website where they admit our products have broken keyboards, where they continue to sell them. My phone.
What?
And you continue to patronize this piece of shit company.
Huh?
You get exactly what you pay for them.
Oh, yay! What is it? Oh man, I'm lagging. Oh jeez, my computer is lagging on me.
Fuck you.
What is it?
I forgot something that I did.
What did you
Alright.
forget?
Well, when you open that stuff up for the first time, it's gonna lag like hell at the beginning because it's like reopening your libraries and everything.
Oh, really?
No, this is bullshit. I tell customers so they don't yell at me. But just log into your Wi-Fi and
This is already logged in.
yep, see it remembers.
Okay.
See, you can have your screen go brighter. See that? See, it's just like Cleo.
Yeah.
All your stuff is still there. All your applications are gonna still be there. Your Wi-Fi.
It's here! Oh,
Everything.
thank you!
Everything is still there. All you gotta do is log into your iCloud, so it's just syncing everything, and then you'll have it just like it was before. Except the webcam may or may not work because we never checked.
Oh, these are my old pictures!
Holy shit, you were young in those pictures.
What do you mean I was young in those pictures? Oh,
Wow.
that's my little baby. That's my little Emmy.
Oh, I missed that little bird so
You
much.
never even met that. You never even met that bird.
I met one of your birds, and he was. Why are you cross-eyed in the picture?
I'm not cross-eyed.
That's completely
That
cross-eyed.
is not cross-eyed.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. What's that? What's the screenshot?
Oh, that was a picture that I was sending.
Who is that? That looks like me at a gym or something.
No, that was my ex. I was gonna go ahead and
Oh, God.
post it. What?
I can't believe I thought it was him. He
What?
looks so cheesy.
You look so cheesy. Look at this. Look wonderful.
That's an adorable bird. Damn, you were
That's
young.
me. Young.
Holy shit! Look at you.
What?
You were young.
I still am young.
Look, your face was plump and everything.
What?
Your hair was plump. Your face was plump.
Yeah, that's the days when oh, my little baby.
I can't believe that you.
Oh, look, here's So.
Uh,
What? Oh, my little baby. Oh, I love my pictures so much. Oh, my little baby. I miss them so much. Here, I'll show you guys this. Look, this was my one of my first loves. His name was Emmy. See this? See this little bird? That was Emmy. And Emmy used to give me kisses. He passed away when he was 17 years old. So, yeah, I loved him very, very much. And then this is Emmy and Celso. See that? Oh, my little man. I miss him so much. I'm so happy I got my pictures back. And what else do I got over here? Let's see, do I have more pictures? Yeah, you can see this great camera quality on this webcam. What else do I have here? Man, this is like some shoddy ass camera quality. Oh, look at that. It's me and Emmy. What? What?
I got you Cleo too.
That's
Where's
me
my
when I was
crunchy?
younger.
Where's my crunchy?
What?
Where's my crunchy?
Look, that was me when I was younger.
I know. Your face is plump and your hair is.
Look at that. That was me when I was younger.
Your hair is so much less frizzy.
What?
And
I
look,
styled
look,
my hair, thank you very much.
Look, you had plumpy little cheeks.
Yeah,
and
I
you had a
know.
plumpy nose. Now you have like a little pointy nose.
What? Oh, look at this. This is me and Celso.
That
My
bird
little
is so
bird,
fucking
that
cute.
bird that passed away. the
That
one
bird is so. Look, that bird is staring like, what the fuck are you doing,
I
woman? I'm
know,
not giving you a kiss.
What?
I'm not giving you a kiss. Get out of here.
Yeah,
I love that bird. He was very very cute.
I know. He never bit too. He never
He
bit.
pecked.
Yeah, but he never bit your finger off.
Crunchy?
What?
Crunchy?
Crunchy. No, I didn't bring my crunchy. What?
No crunchy peanut butter?
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. What? You got your regular peanut butter. What? No.
A deal's a deal, woman.
What?
We had a deal.
No.
I'll give this to you tomorrow.
No.
I build you a computer and stuff to.
What?
Creamy peanut butter.
What? I never bought. Hey, I got you your Greek yogurt. I got you half.
Hey, what am I supposed to put in it? Creamy.
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 Yeah. Look at this guy over here.
Creamy.
What? Look at this.
I should have brought you a stink pad.
What?
I'm gonna get you a stink pad instead.
Stink pad. That's your computer.
Is there anything else to you?
No, all you do is eat yogurt.
I hate creamy peanut butter.
Look at that. It's the same thing, but if it's creamy, he doesn't want to eat it. And if it's crunchy, he will eat it.
It's because it has all that hydrogenated soybean oil shit in it too.
Okay, let me see what...
You said in your video is bad.
Yeah, it's not good for you. But I already bought it, so finish it up.
No.
Yeah. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. So, I gotta show you guys this. Look at this. I have a picture of my meat that I used to make. I took pictures of steak. Holy crap. Oh, this is funny. Oh man. Oh, look at this is all the bird supplies I had for my birds at one point. See that? So you can tell, like, I have a history of going overboard with the bird supply. So I have Lefebvre's over here. I have pellets over here. I got supplement. What is this? This is probiotics. And then I got yucca wood over here. And then I got millet spray, regular bird seed. Yeah, so I have a history of going kind of crazy with the supplies for pets. And then here's my little guy. See that? Oh, I love my little man. That was Emmy. He was... Look at that guy. He was so cute. I loved him so much. I still love him. I miss him every single day. Yeah, there he is again. See him? He was an old little bird, but yeah, I miss him so much. I miss his little face. I miss his little demeanor. Yeah. So this bird was with me since I was 10 years old, all the way up to I was 27. So this little guy was with me for a really long time, and I loved him so much. And this is the kind of stuff, it's like, you know, these kind of pictures are absolutely priceless, especially because both of these birds passed away. And yeah. Oh, look. Oh man, these are terrible freaking pictures. Man, Erica, what the hell are you taking? These are some weird ass pictures. Yeah. Look, this is me. I don't know what year this is, but look how young I look back then. Doesn't see how much rounder my face looks back then? Like my face is like super round. See? I should ask the influencer. Hey, come over here really quick.
Wait 1 second, I'm on the phone with Justin.
Okay. So yeah, this is me now, and my face looks definitely thinner. And then this is me before. So, but the weird thing is I'm actually heavier now than I was back then. No, you can see how round my face is, see? Versus this. I look more softer. I look more like here and here, and it looks like it got deflated. Yeah, versus this one, see? I definitely look more like a round little ball. I think this is... What year is this? Let's see. Let's see. One moment. Oh my goodness, this was 2015. This was 6 years ago. Jeez Louise. 6 years ago. Wow. Holy Holy crap. So freaking weird. I take like the weirdest pictures ever. Look at that. That was me and Emmy. Yeah. Oh my goodness, my little guy. I love him so much. I take like the weirdest freaking pictures. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been like 6 years. Holy crap. That is insane. Yeah, you know what's weird? I used to be really insecure about how round my face was, believe it or not. I used to, because I used to think like my face looks so freaking round and my body is so thin. Like I don't like it. I don't like it. And now I'm looking back and I kind of wish like my face had more volume. And I could get more volume, but I would have to eat more. I would have to round out and oh yeah. Oh, this is back when my teeth were straighter. Yeah, when I used to wear the retainers. Yeah. So again, like if you look at this picture, you can see how much rounder my face looks like versus now. You see, like I had more plumpness over here versus now. Yeah. Yeah. But I gotta cover up my little laptop with a sticker. Like I gotta get another Ferrero Rocher because that's how I cover up the little spy camera thing. No, my face actually looks rounder back then. If you look at like how my face looks like now versus here, it's not just that. You can see that I don't have like these eye bags over here. Well, actually, you know what? I shouldn't say that because I was crying today. So, yeah, I'm bound to look like crap today versus other days. Yeah. So I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow because either you'll see me and I'll be like, oh, I'm so puffy and everything, but. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I can't believe how long this stream is. Jeez, crazy. So, it seems that, Lois is cooking, I think. Why were you crying? My, my uncle, I found out has cancer, and, it's all over his chest, and it's in his brain, and, yeah, it's just, I found that out today, and, you can look back at the stream. um, it just broke my heart, kind of thing. And it just, uh, he just found out recently. Yeah. So, yeah. I hope everything's okay. You know, I hope his treatment goes smoothly. He is going to go seek treatment. And I just hope, you know, we have a lot of time left with him. But it's hard to say because, you know, when you hear about that kind of cancer metastasizing or something like that, I think to myself like it's pretty all over the place. So the way cancer works, and I'm gonna repeat myself, is you have a cancer cell, right? And then it gets bigger, and then it makes a mass, and it becomes a tumor. Um, and then because it's connected to the bloodstream, right? Because it's taking your blood, right? Like you got a tumor that's being fed with blood. The cancer cells can go out from the tumor into the bloodstream, and that's how they get to other areas of the body. So that's why you have some people, they'll say like, oh, you know, I had cancer in one area, but then it went to another area. It just kind of spreads. So yeah, so that's what happened. He has cancer in his chest, he has cancer in his brain, and I don't know if it's just his chest and his brain. It could be his other organs. And it makes me really sad to think about it, because when I think about people having that kind of stuff, right, the cancer like all over, that's the word that I was told, like all over, I think to myself like, oh crap, that doesn't look good, that looks like stage 4. And I shared earlier that my uncle, the he flew from he went from, no, it's my uncle in Hawaii. he he lives in the East Coast, and he came to Hawaii when they started the lockdowns, you know, so he can telecommute for his job because he works in like the computer field. And what happened was that, so he was staying with my grandma who's like 91, 92 years old, and I was really happy about it because I thought like, oh, this is great, you know, he's going to be able to take care of her. She's getting a little older, at least she has her son around. And then like she fell, for instance, she was outside and then she fell. She thought she was sitting on a bench, but she misjudged where it was. Her depth perception is like crap, so she fell. She scratched her face or something like that, so she went to the hospital. My uncle was there. He was able to, you know, tend to her right away. So with her, you know, with with him, it's like I find out that same uncle, you know, the uncle who took his, you know, my grandma on Alaskan cruise, and every holiday, like every like 1 week before Thanksgiving to like early January, he'll always come back to Hawaii. He'll always spend it with family. He'll always spend it with my grandma, which is his mom. And to hear that he has cancer, and she, you know, my grandma doesn't know. My grandma doesn't know she has cancer. All she knows is that he's sick and he's in the hospital. But I know it will break her heart because to have this loyal son um, be with her, and then there's a possibility that he might pass before her, that's heartbreaking. That really is. So yeah, it's just a lot of things to think about, and the family is, you know, we're all worried sick about him. You know, he takes care of himself. He watches what he eats. I don't know his diet, but I know that he eats pretty damn clean. He's working. He worked out. He goes to YMCA. You know, if you look at him, you can tell like this is a guy who works out. He's too muscular, but like muscular enough that you can tell like clearly this guy lifts weights. So for him to have cancer in his chest and in his brain, you know, like a brain tumor, it's shocking. It really is. And yeah, it was just, so the whole thing with Cleo was that you know, it's like Cleo died today. My computer, you know, I think it was like 5 hours after I got the news about my uncle. I forgot exactly when I got the news, when the time, but it was like about 5 hours. And then I was like frantic about it because I was like, you know, this is my laptop that I've had for about 9 years, and I find out, you know, later on that you know, Cleo is like, Lewis tells me, he's like, oh, you know, she's unfixable. And then, you know, you know, he's like, oh, you know, he doesn't understand why I have so much sentimental value to this laptop. And I said, you know, this computer's been with me for a while. And it got down to like me saying something along the lines of, I wanted to use Clio until I got my newer computer, but you know, Clio's like gone too soon, sort of thing, and it just got under my skin because then I think about my uncle being, you know, possibly gone too soon. He's in his mid-50s, so yeah, for him to have this kind of cancer that's possibly stage 4, it sounds like stage 4 from what I thought about it. It's not good. It's not good. So yeah, it's just yeah. Yeah, I have hope too. You know, it's he's a really good person. I mean, it's like he's like one of those kind of people. Um, he just has a really good heart, and he cares so much about family. And now that I realize it, it's like, I you know I've said like before, like he could have spent his holidays anywhere in the world. You know, he could have traveled to Europe, he could have traveled to, you know, an Asian country, but instead he used his vacation days to be with family in Hawaii. And yeah, I see some of those vacation days to take my grandma to like other countries and see it with her, but you know, it's like really nice, you know, for a son to go back to his mom, and then want to show her the world because he has the resources to do that. You know, and like he paid for a cruise for Alaska. Yeah, that kind of stuff. It's just really sad that it happens to a person like that with such a big heart. And yeah, so it just shocked everyone. And it's still, as I told you guys, like, this is the kind of stuff like it like this is the kind of stuff like family matters so much to me. And you can't put, it's like that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't know how much time he has. Like, I know this sounds really morbid, but I think about that in my back of my head. And I know this sounds terrible, but I hope my grandma passes away before he does, in the event that he has a shorter lifespan. I really hope so, because I don't think her heart can handle it. I really don't think her heart can handle it. Because yeah, she's my grandma's been through, a bunch of stuff in her life. And I don't want her to go through losing a son, losing probably, arguably one of her favorite son, if not maybe her favorite son. Sorry, Dad, if you're listening, but it's like that kind of stuff. Like, you can tell he's really close to his mom. My uncle's really, really close to his mom. And some kids, some people, it's like they grow up and then they don't really return back to their parents. They don't return back to their family. But my uncle, he always, without fail, every single Thanksgiving we see him. And it's like my cousins, back when I was in Hawaii, as my cousins went to college and they started their own families, like, I don't see them at Thanksgiving. And this Thanksgiving, like, I had a feeling, I was like, frick, I'm probably gonna be like one of the only ones there if I go. And I couldn't go because of the situation. So I found out, like, Thanksgiving was basically like my uncle, my grandma, my dad, my auntie, and my auntie's husband, and then maybe like one cousin, and that was it. It's like everybody else kind of flew the coop. So for my uncle to always return, like, that's nice. That's really, really nice. I don't spend that much time with family. It's like I said, it's not because we're not close. It's just because we live our own lives. But whenever I see my family, it's like we just, like, we kind of come together. And there's not like we have it's just because that's just how it's always been. We always come together during Thanksgiving. So the morbid thing that I was thinking about is like, it's sad because it's like I see the Thanksgiving getting gradually smaller and smaller and smaller. And I just think of, like, my uncle is such kind of like the backbone, because I am always so used to him flying in for Thanksgiving, or always being there at Thanksgiving, that it just makes me really sad to think about, like, the possibility that he's not at that Thanksgiving. Just, I know it sounds really sappy when I put it that way, but just imagine, it's like you grew up every Thanksgiving, as far as your mind can remember, your uncle's always there. And he's always friendly, always warm. And then you find out, maybe sooner than you expected, he's not going to be there. I expect him to be around for his, like, 80s, and so on. And he's only in his mid 50s, and for him to be struck with cancer, it's just like a reality check. It's like yeah. So yeah, I'm a big supporter that if any of you guys have family, and always make sure your family knows that you're there for them. And always support the family. And because family is so, it's irreplaceable. Like, you can, like I said, you can replace family, you can replace things. I can replace Cleo. I'm sentimental about Cleo, but family, human life, that is, that's not replaceable. People's characters are not replaceable. People in our lives, like, you can find people that are, that you really care for, but no two people are alike. So when you lose one person in your life, possibly permanently, and it's like their time was cut short, like, that really hurts. That really hurts. Hold on. Oh, here we go. And that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, always tell your family how much you love them, and I have this firm belief that even if even if you know we don't always say it like um it's important that it's important that family know, because I always think like if someone like when people die, right, when people are dying and they're on their deathbed, they always want to be surrounded by friends and family, right? And I always think like it's important to reach out to people and tell them that you're there for them or things like that, because one thing I notice about time is time goes by really quickly. I can't believe it's been like 6 years since I saw that freaking picture. And in those 6 years, it's like there's people in my life that come and go, and it's not because I hate them or anything. It's just like people go on different paths, or they move somewhere else, or they go in different directions, and they start a family on their own, and they just kind of drop off the radar. And but I always wanna. One thing I learned about the Jordan situation, if you guys are not familiar with Jordan, Jordan was someone who the Jordan was my friend, but then we stopped talking because he got cocky after a makeover, and I found out that he went through some really tough times, and then what it led down to is that he went through one bad thing to another bad thing. He felt like he had nowhere to turn to because he got kicked out of his parents' home, and then he got kicked out of his girlfriend's home. That he ended up overdosing about 5 minutes a walk from where I live, and I had no idea. I had no idea that he was in that mental state. But he spoke about me to his girlfriend, even though we had not spoken for I think about 3 4 years. And I was thinking, I asked him, I said, well, if he's speaking about me, why did he call me up, right? If he's telling me, telling other people about me, like, why isn't he reaching out to me? Why doesn't he just call me up and be like, oh, hey, Erica, I want to tell you about what's going on in my life, and he knew where I lived, but he didn't for whatever reason. And it saddens me to think that he felt so alone, and even though he was so close to where I live, he didn't try to reach out. And that's something that haunts me. Like I think about Jordan pretty freaking often, because it's like I learned like there was this person, like Jordan was so smart. He was so motivated. He was like unstoppable. I would have said he was like invincible. Right? I really felt like he was going to change the world. But due to a series of hardships and a series of events that he didn't expect, like he lost his husband, and he got kicked out of his parents' house. I heard partially was it due to him being, gay, um, and yeah, like he had an anxiety attack or something like that. But his parents were always against it because he was gay, and then they just kicked him out. I was like, how the hell do you kick out your own son? How do you do that? And then he dated a woman, and then he was just having so much depressive episodes. He was like mixing alcohol with pills, and then it got to be too much. So she ended up taking his house keys, and she just said, just get out. And then so he did, and then he overdosed. And I can't, when I think about it that way, like I can't blame him for that. It's like he had nowhere to turn to. He had he didn't have his girlfriend. He didn't have his family, and he felt so alone. And in that time, I think he thought, he would go for an escape. And yeah, that's something that I learned from that. So from that experience, it's like I always think like, man, if Jordan just called me up, if he just reached out to me and told me like, hey, Eric, I'm going through some really tough times, let me tell you about what happened. Like I think I could have helped him out. Maybe he couldn't have stayed at my place, but I would try to figure out something for him. And it's like, yeah. So I like if Jordan gave me a call and he told me, Eric, I'm in a really bad place, I want to talk to you or something like that, I would have answered that call. I would have like gone out to see him. And that's why I take it really seriously when people give me a call and then they tell me like they're in a really bad headspace, and then I end up like trying to talk them down. there's like a few times I took off work because I was like, whoa, 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 this is like I gotta get it under control kind of thing. And yeah, I believe that a human life is way more important than any job, for sure. It's like, go, I don't care if people, whatever a job says, like, write me up for it. You can always replace a job, but you can't replace a person. So I don't know. That was the thing. Like so when he told his girlfriend about me, um, she asked him. Like I said, she asked him, why don't you reach out to Erica? And he was just, I guess he just looked down, if I remember correctly. Like he didn't answer her, and it's like I don't know why. It's not like I said, it's not like I hated him or anything like that. I just felt like he was changing, and I felt like we are going down different paths. But there wasn't any animosity. It wasn't like I would flat out say like I don't want to talk to you kind of thing, because I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, through his passing, through his, like, we're the same age too, by the way. He passed away when he was, I want to say 28 around there. But yeah, I tried to find obituary. There's no sign of obituary for him. There's no gravestone or anything like that. It's just I can't find a trace of him online. So I don't know how he died. I really believe, from what I've been told, it was an overdose. But I don't, it's like, I don't know where his remains are. From what I've heard, he was cremated, and then the parents took control of his remains. But I don't know what they did with it. Like, I wish he was buried somewhere, or I knew where he was scattered so I could visit it and pay my respects. But I can't. And I was like, I barely remember where he lives too. It's like I'm going after a name, and it's like I can't find anything on this stuff. So, and it's kind of weird. Like, actually, wait. I do know someone who knows where he lives, but I think that'd be kind of weird if I just like write this letter and say, hey, I want to talk to you about. I want to figure out what you did with your ashes of your son that you kicked out of your home. That I'm not gonna say that, of course, but I would like to pay my respects to that kind of stuff. And yeah, I learned so much about, it was really just a step back, because yeah, what happened to him. Like I said, if I could put any if I had to put a bet on people my age who would be successful, who would change the world, it would have been Jordan. Hands down, it would have been Jordan. He just had this brightness to him. He had this like confidence, and he had this desire to change the world for the better. He was really into neuroscience, and yeah, I don't know. It's like, I mean, like, yeah, people could say you can try to remember them that way, but it's not the same as like visiting a grave. It's not the same as like talking to a place. And yeah, oh jeez, see, I'm so emotional over freaking people that pass, or people that are passing. I think part of it is like, when I think about people who pass away very early, I kind of think like, what could have been. What could have been, what kind of life could they have lived. And for people who like end their life too early, by their own hand, I think like, and this is why I feel this way about things. Like, I've known people who are really bad headspace, and they want to end it because they're not, they feel like they have nothing going for them. But from what I learned is that, like, yeah, you might have some difficulties right now, but if you just work through it, like, you don't know what the future has. Like, it's like a book, right? When you have a book like this big, if you get to the middle, this is where the drama happens. You flip the next page, and maybe that's where no, Jordan wasn't my brother. He was a friend of mine's. He was a classmate of mine's, actually. We went to college together, and he was a guy that he was wearing ill-fitting clothes, and he was a nice guy, but yeah, I don't mean nice as a disparaging way, but he was like, a friendly guy. It's just like, I could tell like his confidence wasn't there because he was wearing clothes that were far too big on him. He was like skinny, and he was wearing like shirts 2 sizes too big on him. Like, the clothes looked like they were falling off on him. He was wearing like baggy shirt with baggy jeans with slippers, like flip flops. So, it's like you see these clothes and they're just kind of engulfing him, and it's not because he wanted that style, but he didn't know how to dress himself. So I helped him out and I gave him like some makeover tips, and I took him out shopping a few times, and then his confidence just soared. It was like he got a haircut, he got his brows done, he looked good, he feel good, he had the shirt, the belt, the pants, the jeans, and everything just looked good. And I was so proud of him. And then he got cocky. And I decided, like, I just want to stop talking to him. Because I didn't like the person that he was becoming. And I didn't want to like ruin his mojo. That kind of thing where you see a person change, but you think about it and you're like, I don't want to like cause a fight kind of thing. So I just kind of like stepped back. And he never called me up and said something like, Erica, why aren't you talking to me or anything like that. I kind of felt like maybe he understood that we were going down different paths. And then of course, he graduated. I graduated, and then he a couple years later he text messaged me. He told me he came out of the closet. He was married to a guy, and yeah. So I mean, I thought everything was okay. He wanted to catch up with me, and I said, yeah, text me on AIM, but then I didn't really use AIM. He didn't call me up again, or he didn't call me up, and it just fell through. I didn't really think much of it. I was like, well, he's married now. Good for him. I didn't really see any, I was like, okay, I guess he's sending me some well wishes, or, he's married, but no big deal. So, and then, yeah. And then after that, he never text messaged me, never contacted me. And then I never knew his husband died. I never knew that after his husband died, his parents kicked him out of the house because of either a panic attack or they, But I also heard that they were against him being gay, and then I didn't know about his depression or his whole alcohol mixing with drugs. Not like prescription pills. I think it was like Tylenol or Advil, wasn't any hard stuff. So yeah, and then he ended up getting 5150 as well. And then his girlfriend just, she couldn't deal with it because she was going through some tough time, and she saw him unconscious. So she asked for his keys back. She broke up with him, and then she tried to reach out to him, and he didn't reply back. Called the cops to search for him. They said they'll be on the lookout for him. She found him a few blocks away a couple days later in his car, and yeah, he was clearly deceased. So yeah, so speculation is that he overdosed in his car somehow, and he died alone and 5 minutes away from where I lived. And when I heard that, I was like, so yeah. So yeah, from his passing, it kind of like made me think like, Erica, you gotta make sure that you reach out to people, and you gotta make sure that people know that you care about them and they can contact you and they're in a bad place, because I don't ever want another repeat of a Jordan situation. I don't ever want people to think like, oh, I want to contact Erica, but I haven't spoken to Erica in a while or something like that. Like, that's not who I am. So um, yeah. And I mean, like, I can't speak for everybody, but I think sometimes when people just drift apart, it's not because people don't care. It's just because life goes on, like I said. So if people reach out to each other, it'll be perfect. It's like fine. It's just like people got busy, and then next thing you know, like 10 years passed, 6 years passed. But there really should be no hesitation in reaching out to another person. Um, yeah, especially if someone's in a bad place. But my thoughts about depression is, I really believe that if it's like a, depression mentally, just gotta work through it. Reach out to people that you love, and the people that support you, and get out of your headspace. Go outside, go for a walk, get a hobby, that kind of thing. Take a shower. Taking a shower works really wonders for me. And then just invest in yourself, have faith in yourself, that kind of stuff. And I think with Jordan, when I look back at the pictures, like I was really looking into it after he passed away. Like I would look back at his pictures and I would see this, I would see him and I would say like, I could look at his face and I could see that he wasn't confident. And I kind of feel like based on all the stuff going on in his life, he lost confidence in himself. And because he didn't have a support system and because he didn't feel like he had friends he could turn to, he felt like he had nowhere to go, and the only place he could go was, you know, leave this world. But truly, after he passed away, I went to his memorial service. His parents didn't attend for whatever reason, but I went to his memorial service and I spoke to people and I asked him, you know, what the hell happened? You know, I knew this guy back in college. What happened to him? And people wouldn't really tell me, but they would say stuff like, you know, he really changed over the years, and yeah. So that's all I know, and yeah, I just have to live with that kind of thing. It's like I can't go to a memorial service and then really say like what caused him to have like such a, how come nobody saved him, or how come nobody, you know, how come he didn't have more support like that, because I wasn't there. But I do believe sometimes, I do believe that it's important for a depressed person to know that they have people for them, people who will actively try to get them out of their headspace. And I really have this feeling about this. I really think about this as depression. Depression is caused by being stuck in your own head and then not having hope and then not feeling alone. But if you look around you, you will see that people really care for you if you reach out to them. But maybe they're just stuck in their own headspace. And yeah, it's not like people don't care. Like there was a period of my time that I felt like a lot of people didn't care about me. And now that I look back at it, I'm like, Erica, you were just doing your own thing and people were doing their own thing. It wasn't personal or anything like that. Yeah. Suki, you can't really do anything about people drifting apart, especially if you're in different states. So I'm in New York. None of my friends are in New York, right? I have to deal with different time zones. They have their own schedules. But what you can do is you can just reach out to that person and say, hey, it's been a while. I know we haven't spoken in a bit, but how have you been? And sometimes you'll find that if you just reach out to these people, they'll be like, oh, I've been good. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's been like forever. You know, this is what I've been doing, and da 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 da. And then you can go out and say like, oh, let's grab a lunch, let's grab coffee, that kind of stuff. And yeah, just you can reforge that connection. So like I know some people, it's like I've known them for over 10 years, and there's been times like I don't speak to them for a couple months, or I don't speak to them for like 2 years. But you know, once we reconnect, it's like, hey, what are you doing, and that kind of stuff. So it's not like they don't care about me or I don't care about them. It's just that, you know, time accelerates. Like right now we're in 2021. 2020 went by really quickly. So yeah, but I try to make an effort to reach out to people, and then I try to like tell people like, yeah, if anything happens, if you want to contact me, like contact me. Like it's not, yeah, like don't think that if we don't talk it's because I'm like icing you out or anything like that. That's what I learned from the Jordan situation. I think maybe Jordan thought like I didn't care about him, but it's not like I didn't care about him. I just felt like we were different in different places, you see. Like, you know what, Suki? Hold on. You know what, Suki? It's all relative, because like you might think you're not in a great place, but other people are not in a great place too. That's what I found out. Like there are people who you think they're really successful or something like that, but they're in a really terrible fucking headspace. They really are. And I think of it this way: there is no cons to reaching out to a person. If you reach out to a person and they don't speak to you, then that does you a service, because you can clean out the crap from your life, possibly, right? I'm just saying here. Like I don't like if someone is like mean to me for no good reason kind of thing, I'm just like, hey, just clean out the clutter, that kind of stuff. I can focus on finding new people that I get along with, or focus on the people that really do care for me and like reciprocate. sort of thing. So yeah, don't hesitate reaching out. You'll find that people are more like you than you think. Like you can see from the outside, but you know what you see on the outside might not be what they think on the inside. No, it's, I mean, like right now we're in a time where people can message each other, send a text message, you know, send the message on Instagram or Facebook or something like that. Send the email. Actually, I'm really bad with checking email, so yeah, I wouldn't be one of those email people. But you get what I'm saying. Like it's really quick to be like, hey, how are you doing? Hey, how have you been? Long time no talk. That's all. That's all it is. I have like sometimes like I have people from Hawaii reaching out to me. Like I have a neighbor that reaches out to me, and I love her to pieces. And she sometimes will be like, "Oh, Erica, you know, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a while." And I'll tell her how I've been, and I'll ask her how she's been, and things like that. And yeah, so you just gotta make the effort and see what happens as a result of that. That's what I'm trying to get at. So, um, just don't let these ideas in your head that like people don't care start creeping up, because like I said, from experience, people do care. It's just that our minds can really be our worst enemy. My greatest enemy is really my mind. So I have to really keep certain things in head, because like I notice like if I'm in a bad mood, it can really spiral. Like depression can really spiral for me. So it's important that I kind of like take a step back and be like, okay, I gotta take another shower, or okay, I gotta, you know, work on like self-care kind of thing. So I don't I yeah, so like the things that I do, it's not because I'm like full of myself. Like I know some people will probably think like, "Oh, Erica, all you do is like talk about your teeth or your skincare, how to look better." But I think I've neglected myself for a really long time, and I find that I'm mentally more healthy when I you know, when I work on things that give me insecurity. Like if I'm insecure about my teeth, then yeah, I want to fix that. And then when I see like a glimmer of hope, like when my gums don't bleed anymore, I'm like, oh, this is good. I'll work on it, and I'll make sure it's better and better and better. Yeah. So, like I said, if your mind is anything like my mind, it can be a very isolating and lonely place. Yeah, you're right, Ed. People do need to pull themselves out of their situations themselves, but I think it's imperative that they know that they have support around them. So, for instance, right, if they're going through some kind of thing and they don't reach out to people because they don't think people care, like, yeah, it's just gonna get magnified bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Because I've been in that kind of place where it's like I was in a lot of depression, and I didn't want to tell people because I didn't want to like worry them at all, right? And it's like I just like, oh, everybody's doing so good in their life, and here I am, and I, you know, like talking down to myself and things like that. And it's just like I was like, everybody, nobody reaches out to me because they're too busy living their life. But what I came to realize is like after I reconnected with these people, I was like, no, they're, it's not like they didn't like me. It's just because they were just stuck in their headspace, and some of them was going through depression themselves, and I didn't know that. You know, it's like you have one person who's depressed thinking another person's probably, you know, really happy, but then that person's really depressed too. But both people don't talk to each other because they think each other is in a better place. So, yeah. Woohoo! So lavender has been taking good care of their hair. Yeah, you know what's surprising? Like if you take care of yourself, then you'll find that you're kinder to yourself. And I really think like some people, like I don't think you can really um you need to love yourself first before you love other people. And I know that sounds so cliche to say, like for people who um towards people, but it's true. You know, like we live with ourselves, and I don't think we can really be kind to other people unless we're kind to ourselves. Like stop with the self-deprecating stuff. If you see something you want to fix, right, fix it. You know, work on yourself, but don't be too hard on yourself. Like just be like, okay, you know, you're seeing a little progress, okay, great. um for instance, right, uh, like my own teeth, right? I was insecure about my gums, and I saw it like really like irritated, but I didn't want to do anything because I was kind of like, oh, I don't want to make my gums bleed. I know this sounds really graphic, but it's true. So I started flossing, and then after I flossed, I was like, oh gosh, it looks like a murder happened in my mouth. But then I felt some sort of confidence because I was like, I did it. I finally did it. After 8 months, I finally did it. So then the next day, I flossed again, and I was like, okay, It's still bleeding, but you know what? I think it's gonna stop eventually. 3 days later, most of the bleeding stopped. 4 days later, it's kind of like almost all stopped. So it's amazing what just taking myself out of the headspace and just actually putting work in can do. So now I'm not only brushing my teeth, I'm flossing, I'm mouthwashing. I got better floss. I got the Sonicare, and I'm working on not having not drinking coffee anymore. So I work about the acid, and you guys were telling me about flattening out this thing, which I'm really appreciative. Like, it's all these little things. It's like, it's not me being stuck up or anything, but it's me trying to be kind to myself. And that way, if like someone else I know, for instance, has insecurities, I can tell them, I could say, hey, you know what? You're insecure about your hair. You got to take it to baby steps. And if you're insecure about your hair, instead of feeling insecure about it, go to a salon. You know, take or watch some YouTube videos, and you'll be amazed how much better you feel, for sure. If you're depressed, my recommendation is take a shower, get a haircut, get a hobby, walk outside. Walk outside. Like, do a 10-minute wellness walk every day. It works wonders for the mental health. But yeah. I think the best way to handle insecurities is to just tackle them head on, because if we're using that mental space on our insecurities, then and we're just thinking about it and we're not doing it, from what I learned in my life is that I'm going to spend more time thinking about this, having this big issue in my head, and nothing is going to change unless I change myself, right? So if something's bothering me, it's better if I just like tackle it, and then when I see benefits, it's like, oh wow, I'm actually doing stuff. So now my brain isn't just seeing this as an issue. It's like it sees it as a problem that I can solve and I'm actively solving. So I don't think having insecurities is a bad thing, but I see it as like it's like a little highlighter. Like, hey, you got to work on your teeth, or hey, yeah, you got to work on this kind of thing. So when you do this kind of stuff, right, it makes you feel more calm about yourself. Because if I know I'm working on my teeth, I have nothing really to be insecure about, because I'm already doing the work and I already see small little changes. So how can I beat myself up if I see small little changes? Yeah, I'm still on. Yeah, should. Yeah. Yeah, ignoring insecurities is a bad thing, because then you think about it, right? I went 8 months thinking about my gums and I didn't really do jack shit. So finally, when I do something, it's like, what? How could my teeth have looked if I worked on it for the last 8 months? Would I have had that white mark on my teeth? Maybe not. Maybe not. But you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it as a little reminder of this is what happens when you don't take care of your teeth. You got a little white mark on your teeth, and yeah, just don't do it again. Just don't. Or if I fall off the bandwagon, I got to make sure, like, okay, Erica, you don't want to get another white mark, so make sure you keep up with this. Um, there's a difference between believing you are better than others versus having previously felt less, acknowledging and yeah, there is. So I think sometimes when like I talk about this stuff in my community posts, like you guys know, like I had to explain, because some people, like, they say like, oh man, Erica, all Erica cares about is like her nails, or she just cares about her, her clothes or something like that. No, it's because I look at it and I feel insecure about it, so I actually want to do something about it, and then I share this stuff because I know there's other people who have like crappy looking nails, and then they're like, oh yeah, I have ugly nails too. I wish I could do, I wish my nails looked better. So I share the fake nails, because I'm like, you know what? If you guys will have ugly nails, or if you guys aren't happy with it, you can always paste on some fake nails, and then your nails will look so much better. It's just not practical for me to have fake nails on, though. Oh, thank you, Danny. Yeah, I feel better now. If I was perfect, I would. There's no such thing as perfection. Everybody's imperfectly perfect. Yeah, see, so Lavender said, I just accepted my hair being dry when I wasn't moisturized. Same with my skin. Yeah. So if you have like, for example, right? Let's say if you have dry hands, right? And you're like, frick, I hate my hands because they're dry. And then you look at it and you're like, why do I have dry hands? Like and 2 days later, man, I have dry hands. You'll always think about how crappy your hand is, but then all you have to do is just get some hand moisturizer, put on your hands, and then your hands won't be dry anymore. Like it sounds so common sense, but what I realize is like some people they'll just focus on the problem, but they won't do anything about it. So then the problem will pester in their mind. Yeah, it's self-care. Yeah, you're not being self superficial. You're taking care of yourself. Like, the people who like take their dogs to dog grooming, it's not because, they want their dog to look good. They care about their dog, so they want the dog to have that like nice little haircut. It's not like they're trying to send off to the world like, "Oh, look at my dog. My dog looks so amazingly pampered." It's like, no, they see the dog as something special. They want to take care of it. They want to groom it. They want to give it a shower. They want to bring it to the nail trimming or whatever, because they see the value in the dog. And the same thing with cars. Like I've told people, I said, I see these guys who spend all their time and focus on freaking their cars, and then they neglect themselves. I'm like, how could you spend all this time and money on this inanimate object that you drive in that just sits there, but not think about you yourself who paid for the car, that spends all that investment into it. So yeah. uh Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really good at painting my nails, so and my nails would always chip too. I don't want to do like the whole acetone thing. Yeah. So yeah, I'm happy that Lavender is doing self-care, and for all you other people who are doing self-care, good job, good job. Really, we need more people who think about this kind of stuff and invest in themselves as self-care. I don't want people to like kind of see like, oh yeah, if you use hand cream on your hands, like yeah, you're just full of yourself. You're being, oh, you're very shallow. It's like, no, you see a problem with your skin, you take care of it, and yeah, that's it. That is it. So, yeah, Suki doesn't maintain the car, but I hope, Suki, that you maintain yourself, because remember, you are inside your body, and I think the most important vehicle that we take care of is our own body. It's not the car that surrounds our body, but it's the stuff that surrounds our soul, and our soul's inside of here. Yeah. So, you know what? I would not recommend Vaseline as a good general moisturizer, because it's petroleum based. Some people like this kind of stuff. I personally like something like uh like I know this is like CeraVe. I heard is really good as a moisturizer. There's also like Jergens. I like beef tallow. So if you look up tallow balm, TALLOWBALM, that is really good. I like tallow balm because it's made out of beef fat, and beef fat is very close to our skin. So it has vitamins in there that our skin can naturally absorb. And I like this whole thing where it's not like chemical stuff, not this like disodium, whatever this stuff that they put in those like hand creams is. But yeah, and then Loccitane makes good one, but also like those little creams, those little hand creams in a tube. That's really good too. So yeah, just find something that works for you. I'm a big fan of beef tallow. I think they have one called something Vintage Traditions beef towel. You can buy that on Amazon. I heard that's a really good beef towel moisturizer. So but yeah, look into it. And see if you like it. You don't have to use too much of it because it gets easily absorbed in the skin. So I like using that kind of stuff versus something like this, like Nivea. Um, some people really like this stuff, but I try to go with the more natural stuff. Yeah. Uh, it's called Vintage Traditions. I make my own, so but I've read people say Vintage Traditions is really good. I look up like tallow balm, TALLOWB tallow and then BALM on Amazon, and I think it's called Vintage Traditions, and you can read the reviews on them. But there's also other brands that make tallow balm too, and you can also make your own. But try that because it's made out of Oreo. What are you doing, you weirdo? Try that and then see how you like it. Look at the reviews. They have like scented and unscented and things like that. Oreo. Yeah. So I really like using it for like skin, but I use Hollow Balm on my face and I use it on my neck and then my arms and my legs. You don't have to use too much, like I said. Don't think you have to like cake it on like regular lotion. Just grab like a little scoop and then just see how much you can spread it. Wait about 5 minutes because it's gonna get greasy if you use too much. So less is kind of like more. But yeah, you'll see that it might look really greasy initially, and then it's gonna get absorbed by your skin in 5 minutes, and then you'll be like, "Ooh, this is so soft. It's really great." Yeah. So Tallow Balm, I use it. Yeah, I also use it for lips. So I use it for face, neck, back of hands, legs, whatever I have dry skin. I like to apply it on there. Nivea for men. Oh wow. Okay, there you guys go. So if you're a guy, you can look up Nivea for men as well. So yeah, I will talk to you guys later. I gotta get going. I am out of water. You can tell, like, my throat's a little dry. And oh, there you go. If your hands are bad, sleep with gloves while wearing eye cream. You know what? That's a really helpful tip, Plasma. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, because you keep the moisture inside of your hands. Good tip if anybody has dry hands. Yeah. So I know this was a really long stream and longer than I expected it to be, but yeah. Thank you for sharing, information over here. I learned a lot from you guys, and yeah, no problem. Well, I know I'm not gonna try to. I think I recorded really long one time. I gotta use my little MacBook and see how this goes. Thank you so much for all your love and prayers, and if you can send a prayer to my uncle because yeah, he has a fight in front of him, and I'm praying that he's gonna get through it. I hope he lives for a long time, and I know the odds are against him, but I think when you go through something like cancer, you really could use all the support you can get. So yeah, you guys have a good night, and I will talk to you guys later. See ya.